the Internal Auditor General in the room, board members, the rest of the board members are away for another activity. The President, IA Uganda, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'll take you through this session of the day. My job is simple, to manage the program, and we can manage it together if all of us really go by the program. My name is Dorothy Nseka Chiaga, Housing Finance Bank. I'm the Chief Audit Executive. I'm also the Vice President, Membership, IA Uganda. Before I go into the program, I will request us to humble ourselves, invite the Almighty to give us grace today. I'll request Susan Ninsima to give us a word of prayer. Thank you.
Good morning, internal auditors. My name is Susan Ninsima from Housing Finance Bank. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Loving Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for day 2 of the Internal Audit Conference, celebrating 20 years. We pray for all the speakers today. We pray that you will give us wisdom. We pray for your guidance, and we pray that we'll be able to manage time well as well. We pray that today will be a beautiful day. I've prayed all this in Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Susan. We continue to recognize our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. We have raised over 100 million through our sponsors. I think that is a proud thing to do. In whatever form, others in cash, others in kind, plus spirit really, and well wishes. So we have our platinum sponsor, UBC, where our board member and the president are going to appear for a whole 1 hour. I think somebody to give you airtime of 1 hour, that's a lot of sacrifice. We have our diamond sponsors. We have our national medical stores, New Vision, Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development. A round of applause for the diamond sponsors. We have our gold sponsors, Teammate or Ultas Kurwa. A round of applause. Our silver sponsors, we have Umeme, Radiant, Housing Finance Bank, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Kepler Academy, Tanzania, Uganda National Roads Authority, Centenary Bank, EY. A round of applause. And our bronze sponsors, we have Pro, an upcoming young firm of internal auditors, UCL, Hawk's Eye, a tourist lodge, and National Housing. A round of applause for our bronze. Now I'll take the honor to invite the next chair of the first session this morning, Ms. Rebecca Tendo-Babirye. She's been an auditor for the last 22 years, up to the level of Chief Internal Auditor at Parliament of Uganda. In September 2021, she changed position from Chief Internal Auditor to Assistant Director, Finance, Parliament of Uganda. She served as a board member, II Uganda. She's a Rotarian. She's a treasurer, Mothers Union, Kiwatule Church of Uganda. I'm told it is an international Mothers Union, but in Kiwatule. They have recently celebrated a Founders Day for Mothers Union. You are all aware, I think it was on Sunday. So it is good to belong to some of those community associations. So welcome with me, Tendo, that will take us through the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, dear members. I would like to welcome you to the second day of our 16th conference of the Institute of Internal Auditors. My role is simple. I'm here to introduce to you the presenter of our next session, and this is none other than Dr. Fickson Okonye, our Internal Auditor General. Dr. Fickson Okonye is the first appointed Internal Auditor General of Uganda, 2019 to date. He holds graduate and postgraduate degrees in accounting, business, management, and public administration from Makerere University and other universities. He has been Commissioner, Inspectorate and Internal Audit, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. He has been an external auditor of Government of Uganda and served up to the level of Senior Principal Auditor from 1992 to 2008. He's a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, UK. He's a Certified Public Accountant of Uganda, CPA. He's a Certified Fraud Examiner, Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, USA. He's a Certified Internal Auditor of the Institute of Certified Internal Auditors, USA. He's a member of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Global. He's a member of the Institute of Certified Forensic Accountants, Canada. Dr. Fickson has authored the following books: Ethics and Decision Making, Fraud and Corruption, Entrepreneurship and Accountancy, Accounting and Accountability in the Public Sector, Economics and Development, Audit Committee's Handbook. He has co-authored the Book of Social and Ethical Issues. Please, members, join me to welcome Dr. Fickson Okonye as he takes us through his presentation of the Internal Auditor of Influence. Dr. Fickson, you are welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not the one who put the program in the morning. And all protocol observed. This is really a story, I think, about me and about you. My names are Fickson Akonya Okonye. Some of you keep struggling, and I thought it was very easy to pronounce. My time is 1 hour and a half. So you have no choice. You are going to be with me for 1 hour and a half. I hope I will get time to make you run around so that you become people of influence. The Vice President appreciates the Institute of Internal Auditors for honoring her. I thought we would be happy. That was the private chat and the confirmation she sent to me this morning. And she wishes us well. And let me start by introducing the subject matter. We shall share about 3 small things, some presentation, then maybe I'll give you some small video to help you reflect. And then I will also quickly summarize how you can improve on your influence through some notes. So presenters, give me the slides first. And I mean the technical people. Thank you very much. So that is me. I'm past president number 7. And so influence. What do we need to be influential? How many of you think you're influential? Show of hands. Hello, hello, hello. Before I ask you so many questions, let me say a small prayer to myself. I pray to the Almighty God to use me as a vessel to deliver the right message. In Jesus Christ's name, I've prayed and believed. Sometimes when we stand here, we go overboard as the public officials, as the private officials. So let me say what I should be able to say. Quickly, we shall run through influence, professionalism, value proposition, leadership, strategy, communication, and we shall conclude. And influence may be looked at as the power or capacity to cause an effect in indirect or intangible ways. Influence can also be looked at as the act or power of producing an effect without apparent exertion of force or direct exercise of command. While all of these words mean power exerted over the minds or behavior of others, influence may apply to a force exercised and received consciously or unconsciously. And of course, there are some common synonyms of influence. You have authority, maybe credit, prestige, weight. But to us, the internal audit of influence is that auditor who makes a positive change and contributes to organizational value addition. Can I say I am, if I look at my story, can I be someone of influence? In my village, I was the first to go to Makerere University. Please clap for me. And because I was the first to go to Makerere University, they know me. You heard I spent some time, 15 years, with the Office of Auditor General. And for some time, a number of us had stagnated, and those who used to move used to grow from principal auditor directly, they would go as directors. And times were changing, but I think I was also among the first to occupy the new position of senior principal auditor. That is on record. Is that some influence? Please clap for me. In finance, Minister of Finance, we have Mr. Tuke, who will also be sharing with us as one of the panelists. We used to have some departments. So there was a department called Department of Internal Audit, headed by Commissioner. There was a Department of Inspectorate, headed by Commissioner. And in their wisdom, they decided to merge those departments. And I was the first to occupy the merged department as Commissioner, Internal Audit, and Inspectorate. And once I moved, the department was split. So we ended up getting 4 departments. So now I have a Commissioner of Internal Audit Management, who is your current president, Hussein Isingoma. Please appreciate him in absentia. I have a Commissioner, IT and Performance Audit, Helen Owechi. Is she around? Please appreciate her in absentia. I have a Commissioner of Forensics and Risk Advisory. That is Samson Sowate. Is he around? Please appreciate him in absentia. And then the other one went to Accountant General, Commissioner, Treasury Inspection. So all of that was in me. But before we go so much, I also served as a vice president. The first vice president directly from the mainstream government at the Institute of Internal Auditors. And that's how we started growing. And for me, I believed if the Institute of Internal Auditors is strong, the internal auditors will be strong. I believed, and I've worked towards that. But of course, not everybody may recognize. I believed that if the Institute of Internal Auditors is strong, then the internal audit profession in Uganda will be strong. So I also served as a senior vice president of the Institute. And then, of course, I served as a president of the Institute. Thank you so much for electing me during my time. But I like growing and empowering others, because one of my staff, who was that time Mr. Okello Walter, served as president number 8. Is Okello Walter here? Their influence should be growing. They want the influence to go down. So he served as president. Please appreciate him in absentia. And then now we also have another president who will be president number 10, also one of my staff. It's not very easy for a leader to encourage people. And I want to challenge you, if you want to be a person of influence, you must learn ways of growing others. And then you can be there saying yes. So as I was seated there and our president was very busy here with our vice president, I was saying yes. I think we have what? Made it. Of course, also during my time as president, we managed to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and I was here as president and he was seated here. And he took with a number of you so many pictures. That is influence. Are you understanding the topic? But influence starts with professionalism. Many of you, you are what you are who you are because of the decision you made to become professionals. Because certain jobs are tagged to certain professional competencies and skills. So wherever your journey takes you, there is a credential along the development pathway to strengthen your knowledge base, deepen your competencies, and distinguish you among your peers. So within the Institute of Internal Auditors, we have those certifications. If you are not yet there, please, you better become one. If you want to be a president of Institute of Internal Auditors, the requirement that we have put is you must be a CIA. Is that clear, members? So whoever you hear is a president, you must be a CIA. That's the same condition we have given for a senior vice president. Senior vice president, you must be CIA. So if you want to be like us, you must do that. Also, in government of Uganda, we have the Accountants Act, Section 34, subsection 2 requires that for every head of internal audit, every head of accounts, every head of finance, in a public interest organization, you must be a member of certified public accountants. And that's why I put the CPA credential there. And of course, for ACCA, I didn't put it there, it was not fitting. I was going to distort, but for them, they tell you, think ahead. It just says what? Think ahead. Even if you have a CPA and a CIA, I encourage you also to have a CCA. And so that's why we sometimes call ourselves, I'm a fellow of the Chartered Accountants. And I'm also happy that by the grace of God, my first son is a Chartered Accountant. By the grace of God, my son is what? A Chartered Accountant. Those of you who have met him once in a while, he can ask very serious questions, and sometimes I say, where does this young man get all these things from? When he talks, it's as if I don't understand ACCA. So sometimes I keep reading, because he will mention something but also by the grace of God, you want to be of influence, you must encourage others. My wife is also a certified public accountant and a chartered public finance accountant. I want you to encourage people to grow if you want to be of influence. Well, is that clear? Internal audit of influence must, of course, embrace our IPPF. That is the International Professional Practices Framework. It's not enough to mention. It is everything there. We have the mandatory guidance and we have the recommended guidance. And under the mandatory guidance, you must know the core principles. You must know, of course, the definition of internal audit. You must know the standards. You must know the code of ethics. And then you have the implementation guidance and the supplemental guidance. And use them as you are auditing. You cannot be someone of influence if at your place of work you can't deliver. I keep reminding colleagues I work with, the friends I work with, the friends I associate with, that at the end of the day, the output of an auditor is a report. You can go for meetings and argue, but the output is what? A report. And you must have a report. And throughout my career, I've made sure that I have a report. So whether, of course, I urge people to read the report and to implement the recommendations therein, but I must keep a copy. So from 2008, when I headed the internal audit of government, I have a report, hard copy and soft copy, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. That's part of my accountability, up the latest. So if you just stand around and say, but the report is there. Open page this, page this, page this, you are going to get these issues. So internal auditors who are here and the other participants, please make sure that you believe in outputs. Sometimes we want to talk in terms of processes. We just want to talk of processes. I attended these, I'm designing these. At the end of the day, output in form of a report, and a report which is evidence-based, which is value-adding. And the report will talk for you. You just don't ask for influence. You don't create influence. Influence will come through your works. And I want briefly to share a video with you of a young man who was believed to be someone of no future. And he listened, and then he had time to tell people his thinking. And by that time, he certainly influenced his mother and influenced the teacher, who committed to implementing what this person was. That's one way you can influence. Don't go and become very defensive at your place of work. Don't go and become very argumentative. Sometimes you can argue and we just look at you. Because I may not have time to comment on everything everybody says, but I maintain the focus. So, technical crew, can you give me that video? And kindly listen to it. I will be whispering a few words here and there. Please, that video there. Technical crew, are you reading me? Okay. Please listen.
Just not sure what kind of future he's going to have. What do you have to say for yourself? You're supposed to graduate.
Volume.
Listen to Mr. Johnson. What kind of future do you think you're going to have?
Please rewind.
With all due respect,
No,
don't
just
call me a
rewind.
failure. Failure isn't.
Yeah.
Your son is a failure. He's barely passing my class, and with grades like this, I'm just not sure what kind of future he's gonna have. What do you have to say for yourself? You're supposed to graduate this year.
Listen to Mr. Johnson. What kind of future do you think you're going to have?
With all due respect, don't call me a failure. Failure is an event, not a person, in fact. And you talk about the future, Mr. Johnson, but you're not preparing us for that.
Excuse me?
Just listen to what I'm saying.
This should be good.
Would you agree that in the future, most careers will become automated?
Yeah, so?
So the people who succeed will have to be curious, innovative, with resilience to adapt to new changes.
What's your point?
My point is, the focus in this school is not on that. It is on regurgitating information and test taking, and that's just real. But in today's world, creativity is the most important leadership skill.
Oh, that's how you feel.
You don't have to believe me, but maybe you will believe the 1,500 executives who recently said creativity is the most important leadership skill. See, pretty soon, no one will be hired because of what they know. Because who cares what you know or if you've memorized a fact? We've got Google and Siri for that. In the future, people will be hired because of what they can do with their knowledge. Can they creatively solve real-world problems, not just follow instructions or directions and bubble in multiple choice questions? So, Mom, that's why I'm stressed, because these robotic tasks we learn in school should stop. Because no one can do a robot's job better than a robot. Billionaire founder of Alibaba, Jack Ma, said that we should not compete with artificial intelligence, but instead focus on developing unique human intelligence. Mr. Johnson, drills are for teeth, not the human mind. So these repetitive knowledge-based tasks we must leave behind. Or in the future, you're gonna find a lot of people graduating out of your class right into the unemployment line. See, many top companies today don't look at grades. Mom, that old way is expiring. Google has been quoted as saying GPAs are worthless criteria for hiring. Founder of Tesla, Elon Musk, agrees. So I say this with unease and sorrow. If you continue to teach today as you taught yesterday, then you rob us students of tomorrow. Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Sometimes sitting in your class is tough. I'm constantly thinking, if I don't look up at the clock, maybe it'll speed up. So I listen to you, do my work, and pay attention, feeling like an hour had to have gone by. But it was only 3 minutes. So if you wonder why we're bored in class, look, you want to get a kid to hate reading? Give them this, a school textbook. And some people think it's our fault, and that hurts me. They say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And to that I say no. Firstly, you can put salt in that horse's hay and make
Excuse
it
me.
thirsty.
I
And if
request
you
that
put
you
joy
sort out
in your
this problem
classroom,
first.
you can make any bad student.
I request we sort out this because I'm playing it. It should match with what I'm presenting. You restart that video because there's a point I'm trying to share with the members. Okay. We are supposed to rise to the challenge, and our institute must rise to the challenge. I don't believe in just talking. I want to give you a combination. Okay, we can continue with my presentation. So we are saying the internal audit of influence must embrace the IPPF. I'd already explained that. All of you practitioners must have a copy of the Red Book on your desk. And of course, you must have it on your computer or on your phone. Very important, because it is important to know the standards. We are taken to be who we are according to how they look at us. Internal audit of influence must be a team player. So wherever you are and whatever you do, please remember to be a team player. If you just look at that peak, the team, they are consulting. So don't be a loner in what you do. Be a good listener and be happy. Again, the thing goes off. What's going on? Power? The good thing, I'm not campaigning for any position. During our days in Makerere, if they knew there was some good candidate coming, they disorganize you through the public address. You are supposed to speak, then it is on and off. Please, Institute, can you put these things clear? I am still a board member and I am a board of trustees. Eh? Yeah, don't disorganize us. See, the presentation is here, but it's not there. What's going on? Okay, we continue. I think as internal auditors, in addition to the good facilities we get from here, we should recommit ourselves to building a home. And join me, we are going to start serious mobilization of internal auditors building a home with the facilities for international conferences. Okay, as they sort out a good internal auditor, an internal auditor of influence must be a team player, must be consultative, must be a good listener, and must be happy. Internal auditor of influence, one globe is not coming clearly, must know the value proposition of internal audit. Please, when we talk about the value proposition, you need to know the different aspects of internal audit. We talk about assurance, we talk about insight, and we talk about objectivity. As you do the internal audit, as you render the services, make sure that you provide assurance, but providing assurance is only one area. Assurance, you are talking about the GRC, governance, risk management, and controls. That one which is not seen here, I don't know why, but it's seen on my screen here. And sometimes we make mistakes when we are doing our reports. All we do, we talk about controls, to the extent that some stakeholders believe if you are talking about internal audit, you are talking about controls. So people who are responsible for controls or internal controls, we go beyond that. We look at governance issues and advise. We look at risk management issues and advise. We are not the risk managers, we are champions, we are advisors. We review systems, so we provide the insight. And in everything we do, we must be of integrity, we must be independent, and we must provide accountability. Where's Ruben? Apologies, audience. It is the system that keeps jamming. On leadership, the internal auditor of influence must be a leader, and of course, you must understand leadership. And leadership sometimes is taken to be the ability to influence others. I hope the system is now okay. The internal auditor of influence must understand leadership. All successful endeavors are a result of human effort. Thus, the ability to influence others is a derivation of interpersonal communications, conflict management, and problem solving. Key attribute of internal audit leaders. Effective internal audit leaders must know what they want to do and have the strength of character to pursue their objectives in the face of opposition and in spite of failures. You'll always have opposition, and that should not distract you. The effective internal audit leader establishes achievable goals, objectives, and strategies. The internal audit leader must be strategic. Strategic thinking is the art of outdoing an adversary, knowing that the adversary is trying to do the same to you. That's why in the current Ukraine-Russian war, like any other war, they must use a lot of strategies. You go with the tanks, the others must have something that can hit the tanks. You go with the missiles, someone should have something that can hit the missiles. Strategic thinking is also the art of finding ways to cooperate even when others are motivated by self-interest and not necessarily benevolence. Strategic internal auditor and strategic thinking is the art of interpreting and revealing information. It's the art of putting yourself in others' shoes so as to predict and influence what they will do. Let's just share the 5 forces model, which a number of you did, and try to appreciate how it can work here. 5 forces model, the generic strategies, and the stakeholder matrix, and see how you can use some of those things as a leader. Of course, as any other auditor, you must assess your risks, you must plan the audit, execute the plan, collect and analyze evidence, review and report findings, and later, of course, you should be engaged in post-reviews and follow-ups. And during the process, you use a lot of strategies. 5 forces model, just remind yourselves that even in that position in which you are, there is a threat of new entrants. Do you agree with me? That there is a threat of what? New entrants. So make sure you do your work thoroughly well. Also, know that there is the bargaining power of suppliers. You may get approvals for your job from Parliament, for those of us in government, from the presidency, for those of us in government, from your boards of directors, and they are powerful in their own ways. It's important that you analyze that. The beneficiaries, the consumers of your report, in the 5 forces model, you look at them in terms of the buyers. Auditors, as you process your reports, know that you are not the only one who is giving a service. I have shared some of my feelings with the Institute of Certified Public Accountants that we need to up our game as accountants, as auditors, because when things go wrong, they will think of alternative ways of getting advice. I will give you the example of construction projects. We tend to have so many projects, and when you take people in the field, that's not for today, you can send people in the field, and they will tell you a road has been constructed and a bridge. Sometimes when you send people to the field, this is not coming from us, this is the reality. You find that a bridge has been constructed where there is no road. Are you listening? A bridge has been constructed where there is no road, and sometimes where there is no water. Or different people got the contract. So the person of the bridge did the bridge, and the person of the road has not started. So when you go looking for the road, but that aside, there are basic things. You call it, you go and look for a project, and the project is not there. The classroom block is not there. But in your accounting, you are told that there are some tests you need to do. You need to check existence, just the basics. But the senior auditor, the partner, will be here in Kampala signing off a report and issuing a clean opinion. Then when you send people who are not auditors, they are M&E specialists, they are trying to track expenditure and see whether the services are reaching to the people, and they cannot trace. And yet the auditor has issued a clean opinion. A clean opinion, of course, we use it so much, but a clean opinion simply means an unmodified report, or unqualified opinion, unmodified opinion. So what will the consumers, the policymakers do? They will think there is something wrong with our profession. So let's up our games. A small mistake by one person brings issues to so many of us. I keep talking about professional skepticism. Even when things look okay, remember there is a possibility that something is wrong. So don't go and make a report from here and say the mine has all the controls, everything is well, the standards are being followed, you issue the report. And then 2 days later, the mine collapses. Sometimes simple latrines for schools. Someone has won a contract to construct 12 stands. I know some of you are born in town, and only a few of us who are born in the village can admit that we are born in the village. But I know some of you here are born in the village. And so you use the pit latrines. There are those stances, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Someone has won a contract and is supposed to construct a toilet of 12 stances. And then you issue the report and say everything is okay. On the ground, there are only 4 stances that are already cracking before they begin using. This is happening. And we blame sometimes the leadership. We blame the political leadership. When the blame is with us, it starts with you and me. The people who take the jobs to do the contracts, private sector, and you who are tasked to go and report. So just know that the consumers of our reports have the power to influence. Threat of substitute products or services, it applies to us. Just know that as you're a leader, you are not the only person. If you want to be of influence, be conscious of all that. Generic strategies, differentiation, focus, cost leadership. You have a budget to handle. When you are doing your work, make sure you are conscious of the costs. For us in the mainstream government and in that ministry, there are all sorts of theories about that ministry. But when you go to parliament, everybody is talking about a budget for this. Sometimes when we are talking about a budget, we are talking in terms of expenditure. We want this, we want this, we want this, we want this, we want this. But that budget must be funded by some resources. And you auditors who are here, up our game and ensure that you balance your audits on expenditure against revenue. We must be able to raise issues of revenue. And of course, in the private sector, they do all those things, the expenditure, the revenue, the systems, what. But for us, sometimes, even when we know that a budget has 2 sides, when they're talking about a budget, our budget for this year is this, our budget for this year, we're talking in terms of expenditure. So as you do your work, make sure that you manage your costs, make sure that you apply differentiation. If today there is a way you are raising your report, in 2 years' time, give us those issues of yours from a different perspective. Differentiate and know how to focus. So those strategies apply. The 3 generic strategies, the low cost, it is differentiation, cost, and focus. So you can believe in overall cost leadership, you can believe in differentiation, or you can have differentiation focus, but also you are conscious of the other one, but bring your report in a different way. All those things will make you to be an audit of influence. Communication, the internal audit of influence must communicate. If you don't communicate, then it becomes a problem. And the communication process must be very complete. You should know that you are the originator. Well, if you have a huge report, like sometimes we come up with huge reports, you should have a summarized version, and you should bring out, you should know who wants the detailed report, who wants the summarized version, and who wants key highlights. And then if they have key highlights, they can always get back to you, the sender, to give them the detailed report. You should know how you disseminate your report, and you should make sure that your report is received. That's all on communication, and make sure that you remember the IPPF on quality of communications. Reports must be accurate. Accuracy in terms of the evidence, accuracy in terms of the language that you have chosen to use. In secondary, sometimes it is not told. First, in secondary O level, all of you must do English. But I think because of some reasons here and there, the examiners are focused so much on looking for points, and also sometimes not the way you are delivering the points. So many of you, especially if you may allow me, your generation, you forget that English will be a language of communication. English is the language of business. And so there are 9s. I've interviewed a number of you, some of you who are here. Not necessarily those in government. I even interview those who are in agencies, sometimes in the private sector. And you find someone very uncomfortable. I've made some interviews at East African community level, and then you are appearing, but the whole paper is a 9 in English, a 9 in math. Now, whose office do you want to take those 9s? But it helps you tomorrow when you are writing your report. Because you can review a report, and you must sit back to rephrase. You take time to try and make up what the report is. You must be objective in everything. Unbiased attitude in performing your engagements. You must have clarity. Use simple language. Avoid unnecessary technical jargons. You must be concise, so you can have the detailed reports. You must have the summarized versions. You must be constructive. You must be comprehensive and complete, and you must produce your report within the timelines. Timelines are very, very important. After this presentation, I will still request that we share that video because a number of you were not there. I hope you will accept this time. Remember, as you perform, know who we are, know what we do as you perform and communicate. Why we do what we do. Simple questions, but they will make you have an impact. Like I said before, don't go looking for influence. Influence will automatically come because of the way you handle your issues, because of the way you handle your issues. There's a time I was traveling, and I like keeping things simple and looking simple. But I also have a leg in the education sector. So I have a school which is known by all. Those who are supposed to know. And I was at the airport in Dubai. I saw someone receiving me very fast, and was my old student. That's the impact you are making in society. There's a time there was systems had gone down in Entebbe. I was arriving, and someone moved. I like moving in a simple way, and if you can go unnoticed. And another former student of mine was picking up and saying, no, just come straight and go through here. Influence will come automatically. So don't look at us and say we are influential because we work in government. No, you can have the titles. The title will not bring you influence. It is the networks that you do. Like I've told, don't downplay these networks here. If I want something from housing finance, I just call my friend here, Dorothy. If I want something from Centenary Bank, I will call my past president, and he will handle. That's the influence you need. And of course, it comes with time. Some of us are soon retiring. That's even when you need the networks. So you want to make an appointment with someone, there's that old process of go this. You want to bring an important personality here, use your influence. You don't have to go saying, please, we are going to do this. If we want the VP here, use your influence. There are many ways you can get to her. Even when you know that these people are trying, I can just give her a call, and she will say yes. That is what we need in life, influence. If you have a product, you're in the corporate world, through your influence, you can easily sell your product. So you are all people of influence. You just need to enhance that influence, and it will work for you. Remember, I told you that for me, I was born in the village. And a number of you are in the cities. I can see from your faces. But I also know that some of you are also from the village. And you tend to be very uncomfortable when they say you are born from what? The village. And by the grace of God, even when I was born in the village, I'm not sure which major country I've not visited. And I've been meeting a number of you. Even Russia, which is never talked about, I've been there. It's a huge country. But the Western world will never want to tell you the truth about Russia. They have their own mistakes, but who has no mistakes? So influence will take you to places. Stakeholder matrix. Again, you've looked at these things. Remember power and remember interest. I'm happy that the technical crew has put up, because I started talking, these things were not here. I said, now, who do I call? But I said, let's leave the system to sort out itself. And I'm happy all of you have put things right. Stakeholders, know your stakeholders. We all have stakeholders. There are stakeholders with power. There are stakeholders with interest. Those with the high power and those with low interest, keep them satisfied. Because tomorrow, the interest could also turn out to be high. If it is high power and high interest, you should manage closely. For us, we work with the people who will tell you, I am connected. You are talking to someone and someone pulls a pistol. The pistol is meant to tell you that that person is what? The head is not working, isn't it? Because a pistol is supposed to be hidden. I should not know who you are. Because some people go to a social place, a social gathering, you're in a bar, you pull out your pistol and put. A pistol is for your security. There is something wrong. That's the wrong influence. Don't go for that angle. You are armed, there are thieves there, you just get up and start firing. You are firing at who and at what? Analyze the situation. Auditors, during our time many years ago, I'm an old man, you'd go to audit, our peers, and during our time, if you go to audit, the first thing you would do is a cash count. Have you heard of a cash count? You just rush to the cashier, bring out the cash and we count. What are you counting? Cash? Someone's unpaid salary? Is it cash from revenue? Is it cash to some supplier? Or what? But we've grown since. So you need to know your stakeholders. If the power is low and the interest is low, you need to monitor. Do I have 30 minutes? Yes. We lost some good time. If the power is high and the interest is high, you need to. If the power is low and the interest is low, just keep them informed. But remember that even those whose interest is low and the power is low, tomorrow they may be what? Powerful. Tomorrow their interest may be high. And for us, I don't know what faith you belong in, but know that there is God Almighty. Say your prayer every morning, because there are so many things that happen. And say your prayer every time you go to rest, because when you go to rest, you don't know what is going on. And if you do that, everything will be okay. In conclusion, remember your applicable laws and mandates. As you are doing your audit, what does the Companies Act say? What does the Local Governments Act say? What is expected of you? Remember your codes, workplace codes of conduct, and your professional codes of conduct. Sometimes we only want to think of our codes of conduct from our professions, but also the workplace. Remember your IPPF. Remember that internal audit is in processes. You start, depending on how you want to start, whether risk assessment, whether you're calling it planning and risk assessment is part of planning, at the end of the day, it leads you to a report. So don't tell us that the whole year we are giving you a budget and all you are doing is planning, planning, planning. We want a report. That's your output. Remember to keep your stakeholders informed, and remember to communicate your ideas, plans, and reports effectively. If you do all that well, you will certainly be an internal auditor of influence. I want to beg you, I'm going to manage, the video is long. I wanted you to listen to that story of some of you have seen it, but the boy took time to explain his position. And in the process of explaining his position, he influenced. And the internal auditors, you need, whatever the environment is, first you need to be of courage, because we tell you as internal auditor, be of courage. Don't fight physically. We have had some auditors and we have read who are fighting, who fight. Don't fight physically. Be of courage. And with that courage, remember that you're a professional and do value addition. Come up with your report, and your report is evidence-based, and let people get to know your report. Don't just issue the report and you think it stops there. Try your best to make sure that people understand your report. If you do that, all will be well. Kindly give me the video, please. PDF document first. There are some 5 steps there just to summarize. Well, I will not go into the details. The PDF document, as you prepare to give the video, it is less than 3-4 minutes. There's a PDF document. Not my pick, but a PDF document. Wow. Crew, PDF document, about 5 steps. Okay. I'm not sure whether I will be moving it quickly. This is just to give you information. Can you see it? Can you see it? If you are not able to see it, let me also just quickly, very, very quickly here. Quickly, the 5 steps. As you try to plan how to give me that video, please. The 5 steps, number 1, you need to identify and expand your areas of commonality when interacting with others. And you'll read the rest. It's saying, are you an influencer? Would you like to be more recognized as one? The following 5 techniques will increase your ability to influence others' behavior. So number 1, identify and expand areas of commonality when interacting with others. These are not my ideas. I just did a search, and I said, let me share with you. Number 2, pace before leading others. Take the time to understand the other person's preferred communication style and match it. For example, if the person is slow, methodical, and precise communicator, use imprecise words. Number 3, of course, watch your language. This is very relevant for all of us. Watch your language. Use common everyday terms to explain technical concepts. If you decide to go and translate certain things in Luganda, make sure you are saying the right Luganda, because some words in Luganda mean different things in Lusoga. You know those words. So you have got to be very, very careful. The anthem of Uganda, which we respect so much, well, I think there was one politician some time back who was told to sing, and Chavada, is it Chavada? Well, he was saying Chavada. And so you end up irritating people. Please, if you don't know something you rather say, adopt your communication style, pull more and push less. Remember to empower people. Quickly, the video. I have still saved time even when we started late. I know you may want to, the chairperson may want to add a few things and allow you questions. Video, please.
Your son is a failure. He's barely passing my class, and with grades like this, I'm just not sure what kind of future he's gonna have. What do you have to say for yourself? You're supposed to graduate this year.
Listen to Mr. Johnson. What kind of future do you think you're going to have?
With all due respect, don't call me a failure. Failure is an event, not a person, in fact. And you talk about the future, Mr. Johnson, but you're not preparing us for that.
Excuse me?
Just listen to what I'm saying.
This should be good.
Would you agree that in the future, most careers will become automated?
Yeah, so?
So the people who succeed will have to be curious, innovative, with resilience to adapt to new changes.
What's your point?
My point is, the focus in this school is not on that. It is on regurgitating information and test taking, and that's just real. But in today's world, creativity is the most important leadership skill.
Oh, that's how you feel.
You don't have to believe me, but maybe you will believe the 1,500 executives who recently said creativity is the most important leadership skill. See, pretty soon, no one will be hired because of what they know. Because who cares what you know or if you've memorized a fact? We've got Google and Siri for that. In the future, people will be hired because of what they can do with their knowledge. Can they creatively solve real-world problems, not just follow instructions or directions and bubble in multiple choice questions? So, Mom, that's why I'm stressed, because these robotic tasks we learn in school should stop. Because no one can do a robot's job better than a robot. Billionaire founder of Alibaba, Jack Ma, said that we should not compete with artificial intelligence, but instead focus on developing unique human intelligence. Mr. Johnson, drills are for teeth, not the human mind. So these repetitive knowledge-based tasks we must leave behind. Or in the future, you're gonna find a lot of people graduating out of your class right into the unemployment line. See, many top companies today don't look at grades. Mom, that old way is expiring. Google has been quoted as saying GPAs are worthless criteria for hiring. Founder of Tesla, Elon Musk, agrees. So I say this with unease and sorrow. If you continue to teach today as you taught yesterday, then you rob us students of tomorrow. Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Sometimes sitting in your class is tough. I'm constantly thinking, if I don't look up at the clock, maybe it'll speed up. So I listen to you do my work and pay attention, feeling like an hour had to have gone by, but it was only 3 minutes. So if you wonder why we're bored in class, look, you wanna get a kid to hate reading? Give them this, a school textbook. And some people think it's our fault, and that hurts me. They say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And to that I say no. Firstly, you can put salt in that horse's hay and make him thirsty. And if you bring joy in your classroom, you can make any bad student nerdy. As he or she discovers the beauty of truly learning, Mr. Johnson, I mean no disrespect. You have the most important job on this planet. You build, create, and save lives. But if you really care about my future, like you say, then you have to fully commit and ask yourself honestly, how do I prepare a child for a future that doesn't yet exist? Here's a hint. The answer is not found in this. It's using this and this. See, in the future, we will need more passion and compassion. People with inspired hearts and wisdom to uplift this planet. And Mom, I love you, but can I be real?
Go ahead.
You want to know one of the biggest factors for childhood success? It's not IQ. It's family meals. And we haven't had one of those in a while. See, I know sometimes you don't feel proud, because I may not be a straight A student, but I'm not stupid. These tests may be 70% of my grade, but they're 0% of my future. But don't worry, I'll pass this class and get through this. But I need you to give me the space I need to be me and live true. Because the best feeling in the world is that your own parents get you. There's a passage in a book called The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. And if you don't mind, I'd love to share it with you.
Go ahead.
See, he says, your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, they do not belong to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow. So, Mom, I'd appreciate it if you give me the love that I need to pursue my dreams. See, if we are to succeed, all three of us need behavior change on all fronts. We talk about the future, but the future is now, and it is created now by all of us.
Thank you very much. The future
I've
is
never
now.
heard you speak like that before.
Your influence is now. I want to thank all of you for coming. I want to recognize all those from ICPAU. I think I saw them here yesterday. Please, let's appreciate them. Sometimes we forget them. Thank you for coming. I want to recognize all the international participants if they are there. Please, let's appreciate them. I want to recognize all the board members of Institute of Internal Auditors. Please, let's appreciate them. Of course, the president is not here. They are somewhere on UBC, but he's with us in spirit. Please, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate the board of trustees who are not heard of so much, but they exist and they mean a lot. They work from the scenes. Please, let's appreciate them. Allow me also to appreciate everybody from government of Uganda. Please, let's give them, if I ask them to stand, please just stand up for recognition. Whoever is from government of Uganda, please stand up. Don't let me down. I know you are there. And don't be shy. Be proud to be working for government of Uganda. Thank you so much. Please, let's appreciate them. I appreciate everybody. Slowly, we can be of influence and make a difference. Thank you so much for listening.
Members, join me to give another hand of applause to Dr. Fickson Akonya Akonye, the Honorary Internal Auditor General in Uganda. Doctor, thank you so much. We are really grateful. I would like to take this opportunity to open the floor for questions. Let me hope there are members with a mic. Some gentleman behind there, please. Where are the mics?
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Chizito. I work with Wazalendo Circle. The former presenter talked about an internal auditor being happy. I request he throws more light on what he meant by that.
Hold on. Dr. Fickson needs to take note of the question. Second question, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Innocent Amanya from Umeme Limited. Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation that started with a statement, influence starts with professionalism. In my opinion, I also think influence has something to do with our personal traits. My question is, in case we share the same understanding, kindly highlight what our personal traits have to do with the influence that we have, and then what are those specific personal traits that internal auditors need to have for us to be the auditors of influence. Thank you so much.
Please bring the mic this side.
Yes, I'm Nelson Okello, Internal Auditor Legal City Council. Doctor, I would like to thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I have some issues which I want some clarification. In your presentation, you talk of Accountant Act, where the head of audit, head of finance, and then head of account supposed to be either CIA or CPA. But when it comes to job description from the Public Service Commission, from the Minister of Public Service, sometimes they ignored the CIA. It is even not mentioned there. They only concentrate on you must have what? CPA. Sometimes if they're mentioning, we will just say it is an added what? Advantage. Yet to get that qualification, It looks as if it going to heaven. It is very hard to get that qualification. And it is also very expensive. So why is it that CIAs, those with those qualifications, are not recognized? And they are not always considered. That's the first one. Then the second one, the issue of internal auditors in local government. The majority of the internal auditors in local government, they are neither certified accountant nor certified internal auditors. So they are using their undergraduate qualification. And even some head of department, they are also without those qualifications. But you are saying they are supposed to have be certified accountants. As a result, internal auditors in local government, not only that, the majority of internal auditors in local government are not trained. No training are organized for them. There is financial constraints in the local government, so they are not trained. And sometimes when you are, whenever there is a training organized by the ministry, they only call head of audit. Not only that, sir, internal auditors are not created in local government. They are not created in the IMS and also IPPS. Yet people are now going digging it up. And audit is supposed to be conducted also through through the system. So what are the plans to improve the capacity of internal auditors in local government? For me, at least I know the IPPF you are talking about because I studied certified government audit professional from CIA, USA. So I'm a specialist. I'm also a CPA. But sir, I've never benefited from those things except the reports I produce. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question? Any other question? Doctor, I think those are the questions we've got, so please come over and.
Thank you very much. Some questions other people will answer for me. I want to recognize the presence of none other than Madam Keto Kayemba, the Assistant Auditor General. Now you can see that lady if I ask her to stand. I may look older than her, but she's my mentor. Please, let's appreciate her. She's my mentor, and the one thing I learned from her when we're still with the Office of Auditor General is she told me, adjust your time and be in office by 8. So when I got used to being in the office 8 o'clock, she said, adjust your time and have time to do other things, be in office by 7. Please, let's appreciate her. So for me, 7 o'clock is not a challenge. In finance, I'm in the office 7 o'clock. And I go through my mails, other things, and so, Madam Keto, you're most welcome. Of course, in the House, there is also Mr. Tukey, the Executive Director of Financial Intelligence Authority. I should not be the one introducing them, but those are peers and friends. Please just stand up. Thank you so much. He's a seasoned economist, and all of you, I appreciate. Auditors should be happy. Yes, there is a peak I showed. If you are not happy, you are not going to think normally. It is biological, it is physical, it is psychological. Auditors must be happy so that you interact, so that you consult, so that you think through well. So it goes without saying. How should auditors be happy? If you are not happy, who is going to be happy for you? You must start by being what? Happy. Whether you want, in economics, is it in economics or management? The needs, sometimes they can tell you the needs are hierarchical and you just have to be satisfied at whatever level you have because the needs will continue growing. There are basic needs, there are social needs. If you satisfied all your basic needs, clothing, food, shelter, the other needs that you'll want, the social needs, the needs of belonging, the needs of security, security, safety of your job. If you went beyond there, actualization. So you just have to accept and say, I think I'm happy where I am. And then you can deliver. Personal traits, I started off with professionalism because we were talking about influence, and I said if you want to be of influence, start your journey. Because by the time you become an intern auditor, you've gone through the process. You have gone through those institutions you have attended, those institutions, the universities. You have grown through your family. So there are certain things that are part of you. But in addition to all those other traits, and I was saying, add on to what? Professionalism. It's not something debatable. By the way, during our time, and some of you, I don't want to bore you with that, when we were in senior 6, and of course that was the same time of the ketos, and some few of you, Walter here, our past president, when we're in senior 6, we would be told to choose. They said, if you expect to do so well in senior 6, then apply for BCom. You should only apply for BCom, that is Bachelor's of Commerce, if you're expecting to do so well. If not so well, I'm talking about the forms of that time and I don't want to generate some debate. If not so well, please apply for B-Start. If you think you will just pass to qualify to university, go for a con. That was in the forms. And then, if you didn't expect to go to university to get points, then apply for ACCA. So ACCA was a lower qualification during our time, to the extent that when some of us completed, we wanted to do other things, but not necessarily ACCA. I remember this Keto, Madam Keto, who is there, has really panel beaten me. She was in the US and she would call, fix on her view, embarked on ACCA, please do it. Please do it. And some of the lecturers we had that time, because of that mentality, ACCA was not the mainstream. But things have changed. Economists are the ones who are our bosses. Economists are managing. And so accountants, you need to get back up there. But of course also we have 3 generals who are products of accountants. There's the Auditor General, who is our big brother, there's Accountant General, there's Internal Auditor General. So we are still there, but the economists are high up there. So please forget all about the senior 6 things that time. So you need all those traits. You need other traits. I talked all about that consultative. You need those soft skills. You need to be a good listener if you want to be of influence. You need to be a good communicator. You need to be analytical. You need to think about others, all of those. The Accountants Act, I think what I said was if you are heading internal audit in a public interest organization, internal audit, accounting and finance, according to Section 34, subsection 2 of the Accountants Act, you must be a member of Institute of Certified Public Accountants. That's the law. And if you are not yet there and you are in a public interest organization, please, you must comply because that's the law. But that does not mean other qualifications are not important. If you look at the competencies, to answer my friend, if you look at the competencies that are required, the competencies will just come out if you are a member of IIA. There's a lot of material which is accessible to you. Those competencies will be there. It's also not true that internal auditors in local governments are not professionals. I know we still have capacity building to do both in central and local, but we have a number of professionals in local governments and we work together. I think I even saw Mr. Sowate. Sowate, just stand up for recognition. Sowate is one of the commissioners, but he came from the local governments. And when we recruited him from the local governments, he already had his BCom, he had his CPA, he had his MBA, and he had his CIA from the local governments. Betty Nanyond, are you here? Stand up. She came from the local government. She had her MBA, she's an FCCA, and all of those. Sitancha, are you here? No. He also had already his MBA, he had his BCom, he had his CPA, and he had his CIA. Those are all from local governments. And some of them not just local governments near here. They were local governments from those villages where we were born, you fear to mention. Deep there. So we have them, but I agree with you, we continue building capacity. And thank you so much for the Institute of Internal Auditors that has brought things nearer. And of course, our mother institute, the ICPAU, for building capacity. And time is not enough. We shall continue interacting since we are all within. Thank you. God bless us.
Members, please join me to give another hand of applause to Dr. Fickson Akonya Okonye. Dr. Fickson, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sure all the auditors in the boardroom are going to become auditors of influence in their respective entities. And it's our culture as the Institute of Internal Auditors to give a token of appreciation to our presenters. Please, Doctor. Thank you so much, members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for chairing the session. And thank you, Dr. Fickson Akonya Okonye, for sharing the influence. I believe the message, especially the message from the video, really each and every aspect of that video was touching, was a message to take home. And also in all our endeavors, you don't have to be the head, you don't have to be the chief. You can influence at any level that you are at. So I hope that message is taken from Doctor for us to implement going forward. Apologies for the hitches we had. I hope then we have fixed the problem, because the next session is also a video clip. I hope it will be able to come through. Our session chair is Joseph. From the program, it has changed. Timothy Etori is engaged in another session with the stakeholders at Parliament. It is also among the activities for this conference. So we are going to another session which will be chaired by Joseph Kagwa. But before that, I would like also to recognize the presence of our guests, Ms. Keto Kayemba, Assistant Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General, and also Mr. Tukey, Deputy Executive Director, Financial Intelligence Authority. I think, Mr. Tukey, we are from the financial institutions, so we feel you more. I'll introduce the next chair, Mr. Joseph Kagwa. He's a fellow SCCA, member of IA Uganda and ISPAO. He's a CPA, the current treasurer, IA Uganda. He holds an MBA and also qualified external quality assessor. He has conducted over 14 quality assessments on internal audit function. He's also married with 3 children. Welcome with me, Joseph, to take us through the next session, which should be around just a few minutes. Thank you.
Allow me to remove my microphone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can do better than that. Great. I'm honored to be presenting our next speaker. And due to technology, we are not going to have him in-house, in person, but it will be a video. The next speaker is the CEO and president of Institute of Internal Auditors Global. His name is Anthony Pogles, and Anthony is a CIA, he's a CPA, he's a CGMA, he's a CITP, he's the current president and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. The Institute of Internal Auditors, as you know, is the most widely recognized advocate, educator, and provider of standards, guidance, and certifications. He has a career spanning over 30 years. He has been a strategic and hands-on leader, directed strategic expansions into major global markets, and pioneered innovative educational initiatives aimed at enhancing members' professional growth and overseeing the internal audit function of a major organization. With us, we already have people from the panel, and I'm not going to go into the details of our CEO or president's CV because the next panelists also want to make sure we keep time, so we're going to make sure that we keep time as much as possible. So, over to you, our tech team, for the presentation.
Hi, I'm Anthony Pugliese, President and CEO of the Institute of Internal Auditors. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but on behalf of the IIA, I extend my sincere congratulations to IIA Uganda on your 20th anniversary. I'm certain this will be a special and perhaps even an emotional event as you celebrate 20 years of contributions to our great profession. On behalf of the IIA Global staff and our Global Board of Directors, I'm honored and excited to congratulate each one of the 120 certified internal auditors, the 781 members of the Institute of Internal Auditors Uganda, and each and every one of you who have played a role in helping reach this impressive milestone. 20 years is a special achievement that speaks to your hard work and your dedication. In addition to honoring this special anniversary, we should also recognize some of your tremendous recent accomplishments. As you celebrate this very special event with your colleagues, you'll undoubtedly have opportunities to reflect on these accomplishments and many more from the past 20 years, reminisce about success stories, and even discuss opportunities to grow and improve. While looking back is crucially important for our collective growth, especially when celebrating an anniversary, I challenge you to also look ahead. I encourage you to consider our collective contribution to our profession and how we can advance IIA Uganda, IIA Global, and the internal audit profession as a whole in the years to come. What comes next for the IIA and the internal audit profession overall will ideally mirror the strategic objectives that you focus on today, tomorrow, and for the next 20 years. So today I encourage you to celebrate the many achievements of the past and also join me in making a commitment to the future of internal auditing, a profession whose true value can never be overstated. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you today in person, and I hope you have a wonderful celebration of this very special milestone.
So the message was as brief as that. Do we receive it? Do we receive it? Excellent. We have our sponsors, UBC. Is UBC here? Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Uganda Broadcasting Corporation? Okay, if UBC is not here, it's well, we shall UBC going 1, UBC going 2. Is there any other sponsor who is ready to take on this slot? Any sponsor ever ready? We should always be ready for anything. As we wait for people to think about it, let's just make sure that we recognize them. Our platinum sponsor is Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. Our diamond sponsors, National Medical Stores, the New Vision Group, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Our gold sponsors are Teammate. The silver sponsors are Umeme, Radiant from Movit, Housing Finance Bank, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Kepler Academy, Uganda National Roads Authority, Centenary Bank, EY. Those are our silver sponsors. And lastly, the bronze sponsors are Cithro, Uganda, Hook's Eye, National Housing, and UCL, the consultants. So thank you very much for continued sponsorship. Without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to our Master of Ceremonies. I think we should be going for a tea break so that then we can recoup time, because one of our panelists wants to leave on time. So let's make sure that we can have our time in the shortest possible time. We are going to start the next session on time. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Joseph. You've almost done the announcements. On break, indeed, let's salvage time, members, so that we can again salvage the entire day's time for our fitness session right after the whole program. I hope you have your t-shirts and kit ready for running, doing any activity for ourselves. Please proceed to the serving point. Thank you very much.
scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media. Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale using tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkoli factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajensi, the brick fillings are powered up by coffee houses, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these live interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkoli factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale.
Faster,
Hello.
fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new
Welcome back from break. It is 11 o'clock. We need to start the next session. Please, you can walk in with your cup of tea or snack, and let's get started. Thank you. I also have some announcements to make. There's a car key with a little drum. I'm announcing a Toyota car key with a small drum on it. So if you're the owner, please approach me. Our fitness session in the evening at 5 p.m. will take place at the Lakeside Gardens, down there. Please prepare to join us and exercise. This announcement goes to our Muslim brothers and sisters residing at these premises. Please register with our dealer. The desk is over there on my right-hand side as you exit, so that we can cater for the DACO. The DACO will be delivered in your rooms. So please register. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. I'll repeat one announcement to our sisters and brothers, Muslim sisters and brothers residing over here. Please register with Adila to manage the DACO session. I will introduce our next chair, Mr. Mike Onyago. He's a past president, IA Uganda. He's a general manager, internal audit, Centenary Bank. He's an FCCA, the CPA, a CIA, CGE IT. He's an CFE. He's a graduate of Williams College, USA, and Makerere University. He's married with 4 children, 1 wife. Welcome with me, Michael. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Doris, for that kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here once again. I'll be chairing our next panel discussion. And our discussion this morning will be handling a very important aspect of life. One of the key risks areas that we face in organizations, in our country, and all over the world. It's just the degree that varies from country to country. And we shall be discussing issues to do with corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 panelists with extensive knowledge and experience in the subject matter area. I will be introducing one by one, and then I'll be calling them forward to join me. Our first member on the panel is Mr. Michael Olupot Tuke. Their CVs are well detailed, but let me, for a matter of emphasis, I'll go through each one of them quickly. Michael Tuke is currently working as Deputy Executive Director of Financial Intelligence Authority, FIA, Uganda. He has been with it since inception in 2014. He has also worked as Assistant Commissioner in the Macroeconomic Policy and later Economic Development Policy and Research Departments, the Ministry of Finance, Government of Uganda. Has wide experience in economic policy, formulation and management in the public sector, and he played a very key role in the establishment of Uganda's anti-money laundering stroke safety policy regime. He holds a Master's of Arts in Development Economics from Williams College, United States of America, a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Makerere University, and he has several other postgraduate certifications, has attended several courses, so he's knowledgeable. Michael Tuke, I usually call him my senior brother, because when you are going for postgraduate studies in the US, we went together. We were in the trenches together, and please join me to welcome Mike Tuke. Our next panelist has been introduced before, but I'm going to emphasize again. Madam Ms. Keto Kayemba. She's not new to many of us. She's the Assistant Auditor General, Audit in the Office of the Auditor General, Uganda, and she deputizes the Auditor General and is responsible for the Audit Division in the office and assists the Auditor General in providing leadership and direction in the audits under the mandate of the Auditor General. Ms. Kayemba has been instrumental in formulation of policies and implementation of various reforms and programs that have defined the corporate growth and excellence in the Office of the Auditor General. She has contributed to the improvement of performance in the Office of the Auditor General through promoting professionalism, institutional and capacity building, and core value adherence. So you can see she's well versed with issues of auditing and the subject matter that we are going to discuss. Please join me to welcome Madam Keto Kayemba. Our third panelist, I just hope he's in the room. I talked to him this morning. I don't know whether he has arrived. Is Mr. George Bamugemereire. George has had a varied career both in the private and public sector. Over the last 30 years, George has built a multidisciplinary career in legal, human resource, and corporate governance. He held legal and HR roles in Africa, Europe, and Latin America. And currently, George heads the HIM Consult Limited, a governance, strategic, policy formulation and research company, as well as Bamugemereire and company advocates. And he has specifically held a number of roles, and I know many of you remember him when he was in the deputy IGG, Uganda. He has been HR advisor of Shell Energy Europe and London in the UK, and many other leadership roles. Please join me to welcome Mr. George Bamugemereire, if he's in the room. Come forward. Yes, he is. He's coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will be asking questions to our panelists, and they will be responding. Then at the end of it, I'll give the audience an opportunity to ask any burning questions or clarifications that you may have. And what we'll do, I will ask a question to one panelist, answers, but I got a special request from Mr. Bamugemereire. He'll answer his questions, all of them at once, and then for the other two, we'll be juggling in between. I think I'll start with my namesake, Michael Tuke, because all of you, as you know, as auditors, we deal with risks, and one of the key risks facing this country is the risk of corruption, the risk of money laundering, the risk of terrorist financing. Now to Michael. There has been some sentiments from some circles of Uganda that given the proceeds of financial crime are invested within the economy, shouldn't cause much worry. I'm sure many of you have heard that. What would be your view on this, and why should a country like Uganda be concerned with fighting corruption? And then fighting corruption, money laundering, and trust financing. And also the second question will be, what's the role of the Financial Intelligence Authority in fighting financial crime? And what I mean by financial crime, I'm talking about corruption, and money laundering, trust financing. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much, moderator, and my namesake, Mr. Michael Nyago. He has asked that there are sentiments in some circles of Uganda that given that the proceeds of financial crime are invested within the country, it shouldn't be much of a worry. And he was asking what my view is, and why should a country like Uganda be concerned with fighting corruption, money laundering, and terrorism, and terrorist financing. Ladies and gentlemen, my emphatic answer is my emphatic answer is the contrary, that we should be more concerned in the fight against corruption, despite the sentiments. Why should we be concerned is because of the effects that corruption exerts on our economy, the overall development of this country. As you may be aware, corruption remains rife all over the world, and indeed within Uganda, despite recognition of the danger of abuse that corruption exerts on the financial systems. Various studies indicate that most developing countries do not benefit fully from development aid because it is estimated that as much as 30% of the disbursements may be siphoned by corrupt actors and criminal organizations. And yet, you are aware, also often leads to illicit capital outflows, which means that funds are diverted away from building infrastructure, financing social services, repaying debt, or paying decent salaries for public servants. It is, of course, common knowledge that corruption has no direct victims. However, the diversion of resources that would have helped in the building of infrastructure and social services inflicts a lot of pain on the innocent taxpayers. According to a German writer, Agent, corruption is an international business, and the effects of corruption leads to wrong investments and often to a waste of resources, but also increasingly it becomes a threat to the democratic structures and the rule of law. Gentlemen and ladies, corruption severely undermines development. It diverts resources, damages the quality of governance institutions, and generally threatens social security, including human security. Corruption fuels crime and illicit goods and contributes to conflict and fragility of the states. So when we talk of fragile states, you must be 75% sure that corruption is rife in those states. So in view of this catastrophic harm that corruption exerts on economic development, the international dimensions it exhibits, the implementation of the anti-money laundering standards and formulated by the Financial Action Task Force recommendations is a key to improving the fight against corruption. So, why should a country like Uganda be concerned with corruption? I've said corruption is our concern because of those said problems. Now, corruption is a predicate offense to money laundering. The amounts of money generated by corruption often have to be hidden in order for the corrupt, especially large amounts, to be used. They have got to be hidden. They have got to be transformed. And in that process, we are engaged in laundering of money. So, our concern, therefore, is that we have got to join the international community and implement the financial action recommendations, which I've already alluded are tools that are very effective in fighting not only corruption, but also money laundering and terrorist financing. Mr. Chairman, if I can proceed to the second issue. Now, the second issue raised is, what is the role of the Financial Intelligence Authority in fighting financial crime? Now, the Financial Intelligence Authority can add a lot of value to the overall multi-stakeholder engagement in fighting crime. Fighting crime, especially financial crime, is not a single institution effort. It doesn't require a single institution to do that. It is a multi-institutional and multi-stakeholder venture. For the FIA, the effort that we bring to the table in the fight against financial crime is through three main areas. One, it is through the analytical function of the authority. We undertake operational and strategic analysis of the information that we receive from the reporting entities. Now, the reporting entities are provided for under the Anti-Money Laundering Act under Schedule 2. These are the reporting entities that by law are supposed to give us financial information. They report various reports, including suspicious activity reports, large cash reports, wire transfer reports, and also we are expected, although it is not being enforced, but soon we shall do so, cross-border movement of cash reports. The second area is through the exchange of information, both domestically and internationally. We do exchange information domestically and internationally as provided for by the Act, but also as required by the standards. And also we do supervision and guidance and contribute to the national anti-corruption policy. So in all these, in summary, FIA receives a significant amount of information which potentially relates to all crimes and also corruption. Yet we are aware that too little has been utilized to turn the intelligence that we have into evidence to allow for the detection and confiscation of proceeds of crime. Now, in respect of the analysis of the transaction reports that we do, that we get from the reporting entities, especially the banking institutions the submission of these reports is a requirement of the law. The core function of the FIA is to receive, analyze, disseminate, and disseminate this information to competent authorities and law enforcement agencies. Now, linking the financing, the financial information that we get to the possible underlying crimes like corruption is one of the key challenges in this process. In a typical large cash corruption case, for example, the location of the predicate offense, for example, corruption, is normally different from where the proceeds of crime are laundered. And in most cases, then, simply checking national databases will not necessarily lead to tangible results. And so FIA has to depend on information gathered from abroad. We are a member of 167 FIUs around the world. So we have a specialized system that is dedicated to information sharing of both spontaneously and upon request. And it is through this ability for us to get that information from abroad that we reinforce the investigative agencies with more information that can help in fighting these crimes. For this reason, therefore, the exchange of information at pre-investigative or intelligence stages at an international level is very indispensable. Maybe before I proceed, I heard the, can you load the presentation I had? Now, as he's doing that, the other aspect that we do, that I've mentioned, is strategic analysis. Strategic analysis helps to identify patterns of crimes or corruption, for that matter. Over the years, we are now about 8 years old, we have collected and continue to collect substantial amount of operational and tactical intelligence. The FIA databases can be made available for strategic analysis to allow the acquisition of knowledge in the area of corruption and to shape policy and further improve the work of the FIA. It does this by first collecting relevant information relating to potential instances of corruption stemming from the suspicious activity reports that we received, FIA's own operational intelligence, of course, public sources, commercial databases that we subscribe, and also from anti-corruption agencies and law enforcement agencies, and other specialized partners and NGOs. Now, the product of this analysis can be either a typology analysis or typology reports. In these reports, we present schemes that criminals use to launder proceeds of corruption and other crimes that appear to be constructed in a similar fashion. All the reports can take the form of specific geographic or regional analysis, or a behavioral analysis where operations used by a group of persons, for example, how to establish and slash funds, or it can be an active analysis report that highlights mainly weaknesses in a specific sector. So in this aspect, then, we help in the production of knowledge that allows entities to learn and avoid areas that create financial crime. Okay. There is a challenge in loading. I would have presented some of this in a more focused manner. Now, the other aspect that we bring on the table as our role, as I've mentioned, is information sharing domestically and internationally. Domestically, we are a member of the Uganda Anti-Money Laundering Task Force, comprising of all stakeholders and ministries, departments, and agencies. We are also a member of the Joint Anti-Terrorism Task Force that brings together security agencies in fighting crime. So in this capacity, we are able to share the information and the trends, including what we can obtain from international sources. Now, internationally, as I said, we're a member of 167 countries under the membership of Egmont Group, referred to as Egmont Group. We have a system called the Egmont Secure Web, where we subscribe. Under that system, all countries are supposed to request for information from suspected criminals who may have committed acts in one country and fled to another. We can also request for their accounts in banks in any part of the world. We can also request through them for properties that they have in any part of the world. And it is working pretty well. And I must say that it is a much more convenient method of supporting law enforcement agencies because it is devoid of bureaucracy. For example, if a country had to use, or if you had to use mutual legal assistance, it would take so long, mainly maybe 1 year or more, to get information from another country like Liechtenstein or Bahamas and so on. You may not get it at all. So sharing of information we add the value by bringing the international perspective in which we are able to get this information. We also supervise reporting entities. The key areas requirements are for them to enhance the fight against corruption and other crimes. They have to implement a number of recommendations established by the Financial Action Task Force. For example, they have to implement recommendation 12 that deals with politically exposed persons, recommendation 24 and 25 that deal with beneficial ownership of beneficial ownership of legal arrangements and legal companies. Recommendation 10 that deals with due diligence, customer due diligence. They have to ensure that directors and senior managers do not have criminal records relating to corruption in financial institutions, as well as designated non-businesses and professionals. I must say at this stage is that lawyers and accountants, yourselves, particularly those in the private sector, are under this area as a designated financial businesses and professionals. These are professionals who are gatekeepers. They support the formation of companies in a lot of various ways. They support and manage people's assets. They support and manage people's bank accounts, investments. They buy property, and so forth and so on. And therefore, they are vulnerable to being used by criminals for a lot of things. So that's why they are brought at the net of the fight against financial crime and money laundering. So in summary, in addition to the above, we also have training of accountable persons whenever called upon to enable them to detect activities relating to corruption and financial crime, providing red flags. And also we do suspend transactions on some accounts that are suspected to be holding proceeds of crime. In effect, a financial intelligence authority bridges the law enforcement agencies on one hand and the financial institutions on the other. Financial institutions, by nature of their operations, depend on trust and integrity. Now, if criminals use the financial institutions, then they lose trust from the public to put their money in those institutions. At the same time, the financial institutions, most of them, do not report these crimes because of that very reason. They don't want to be seen to be reporting crimes that will affect their integrity. So they are safer reporting to us as a financial institution, who then interface with the law enforcement agencies. On the other hand of law enforcement agencies, they have difficulty in getting information from the institutions because of the issues of confidentiality and others. So we are an important bridge that enables the fight against financial crime to proceed very smoothly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for putting everything in context and for enlightening us on the role of FIA and the risk of corruption, money laundering, and the financing of terrorism. As auditors, you will bear with me that one of the things we look at, the enabling policies and laws when we are conducting our audits. And therefore, at this juncture, I want to invite Mr. Bamugemerere to come and talk to us about the existing legal framework for fighting financial crime in Uganda. And in the interest of time, I want to address all the questions to him so that he can address them, and then I move on to Madam Keto Kayemba. And so, Mr. Bamugemerere, you are going to talk to us about the legal framework, but also I want you to share with us some of the key achievements and challenges encountered in fighting financial crime in Uganda, and any recommendations that you would offer to government to enhance Uganda's ability to fight financial crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and my fellow panelists, Mr. Tukey and Keto. And thank you, members of the Internal Audit? Yes, Internal Auditors Association. I've been here before, a number of years ago. I don't remember which year. And I'd like to start by commending you for the growth of this organization. It's really tremendous. I cannot believe that a professional group would grow so quickly and in such big numbers in a short time. So congratulations. I would also like to congratulate Mr. Fixon on the appointment of the Internal Auditor General, which I think was a significant development in the government. Mr. Fixon had been in the shadows for many, many years, but I'm told that he was eventually got the endorsement. So congratulations. I'll just make a few statements in response to the questions that were raised. The first is about financial crime, which we are talking about, which is generally defined as an activity that involves fraudulent or dishonest behavior for purposes of financial gain. And this can be committed by individuals, groups, employees at all levels, as well as organized criminals. And it may involve activities like money laundering, terrorism financing, fraud, tax evasion, embezzlement, forgery, counterfeit, and identity theft. Now, it's important that internal auditors become aware of the broader issues concerning financial crime, because I know that many auditors are involved in a lot of mundane activities in the organizations they work for. How many chairs have been bought? How much sugar has been bought? Was it the right quantity? How many pencils, pens, and so on. But I really want to urge the internal auditors of this century to take interest in the global movements and things that are happening around us. Because what you probably find in the organization is a small component of the crime that goes on around us. Corruption, on the other hand, is a form of dishonest and criminal offense, which is undertaken by a person or organization entrusted with a position of authority in order to acquire illicit benefits or abuse of power for one's personal gains. And corruption may involve both public and private resources for private and personal gains. According to the UNDP report on Africa in 2017, it was reported that illicit financial flows cost Africa between 30 to 60 billion US dollars every year. Imagine that. 30 to 60 billion dollars is lost in Africa. That is the whole region. And it's estimated, the same report, the 2019 report estimated the annual cost of corruption internationally at a staggering 3.6 trillion US dollars. That's in form of bribes and stolen money. Now that's really frightening. 3.6 trillion dollars, not shillings. You wish it was shillings, but US dollars, just being given under the table and so on. So it's a big problem. You can imagine what that money would do. Now, some may ask where that money comes from and goes. But if you switch on the television, CNN, Sky, etc., and I think auditors should be watching these programs and asking the right questions. What is the cost of the modern weapons that are being applied in these areas that we are hearing about? I think many of us are hearing these names for the first time. Donbas region, Chief, Kharkiv, Mariupol. What is the other one? Maybe the auditors are not listening to news. But this is the information that greets you whenever you switch on the television. Has anybody wondered where these weapons come from? Because they've suddenly appeared. And they are bombed, many have been destroyed. I mean, the aggressor, I think, has lost so much, not just men, but a lot of weapons. But we should be asking, how they come about. Where do they come from? Who is auditing the use, first of the purchase, the use, and so on, and the loss that happens. In Nigeria, there was a scandal called the Armsgate scandal. And this involved a man called, a national security advisor called Sambo Dasuki. Now, this gentleman was given unchecked control over all the country's military procurement budget. So it's one of those budgets that is not audited, nobody asks questions. And at the end of 3 years, his 3-year tenure, they found that he had enriched himself by $2 billion. $2 billion. But it was difficult to discover because he was a sort of wise thief. He shared out his money to the politicians, to businessmen, to the family, to the military, to the auditors. So until he was removed from office, this had not been discovered. So we live with the big losses. And the campaign we are on is to ensure that the players in these roles, key roles like the audit, because you people have special skills of touching in places that many people cannot reach. But we need to take interest in the big issues. Now, the Western world has done a lot to deal with the corruption, particularly in the high spend items like arms and so on. So like the United States has a law called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which bans bribing of foreign officials all over the world. So if you are caught bribing or you are reported to have been involved in bribery, no matter where you did it, it becomes an offense in the United States. The UK also has the Bribery Act, which also has extraterritorial jurisdiction for bribery. Now, in Uganda, I really don't want to talk so much about the corruption. Obviously, there are institutions that are involved in fighting corruption. But what I was hearing on the news, I think recently, is that the IGG was reporting that there's 20 trillion loss. I think that figure is a bit high. I don't know, but I think if you lose 20 trillion shillings every year, I don't know that the Ugandan economy can sustain that. No, I don't think. So I think that there's a problem with that figure of 20 trillion. I think it's not 20 trillion, but maybe, I don't know. I've not looked at the statistics. But I would estimate that it would be something like probably 30 or 40%, the figure that Mr. Tuke here has referred to, could probably be lost to corruption. But loss, in general, happens through shoddy work, unperformed or misperformed contracts, fraudulent procurement, offshore negotiations, outright theft, embezzlement. Those are the forms of corruption in Uganda. I mean, I'm just telling you about some of the channels of corruption. The last verifiable loss that I recall, I think 5 years ago, was 500 billion. I think that was the estimate that time, 5 years ago. And then 67 billion shillings that is lost through petty corruption and bribes and so on. That's the figure. Then on money laundering, again, I like to get to the basics. There is turning illegitimately obtained property into seemingly legitimate property, and it includes concealing and disguising the nature, source, location, disposition, and movement of proceeds of crime in any activity. And that becomes a crime of money laundering. I don't want to go into the steps of how it happens and so on, since Mr. Tuke is here. But due to the clandestine nature of money laundering, it's actually difficult to estimate the total amount of money that goes through money laundering cycle. However, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, estimated money laundered globally in 1 year is 2 to 5% of the global GDP. So that would be between 800 billion to 2 trillion US dollars. That's a lot of money that is just washed, because money laundering is really just, if you think about the concept of money laundering, it's just think about your clothes, taking your clothes, taking them through a washing machine, and then you get them out, So it's a big, big, big problem in the world. I think it's not visible to most people, but it's a big problem that people can get money from whatever source and find a way of injecting it in the economy. Then you wonder why prices are going up, why there's inflation, because it causes some unexplained consequences. Then there's an element of terrorist financing, which involves solicitation, collection, and provision of funds with the intention to support terrorist acts and organizations. And this may stem from both legal and illicit sources. Sources of terrorist funding including, but not limited to, low-level fraud, kidnapping, ransom, misuse, non-profit organizations, using NGOs, illicit trading, into small things. It can be oil, it can be charcoal, it can be gold, it can be diamonds, narcotics, and recently there is digital currencies. So all this, with the use of the, cryptocurrency now, you can actually make payments around the world without using cash. People have started using, what is that called? The most popular, it's called what? Bitcoin, yes, Bitcoin. To just make payments, big, big payments. So you can fund anything. So according to the UNDP, total economic cost of terrorism in Africa between 2007 and 2016 was 119 billion, while the global impact reached 52 billion in 2017. The total cost of terrorism in US dollars amounted to 26.4 billion. So that's enough about the terrorism financing, but they generally control funds from a variety of sources around the world, and they are using very sophisticated techniques to move funds between countries. But they are only able to do so, and Mr. Tuke has alluded to this, with the help of professionals. And these are the bankers, the accountants, the lawyers, the auditors, the tax advisors, military instructors, and advisors. So this crime is actually assisted by professionals. They are the ones who advise, if you want money to pass here, first do this and do the other. Why do we talk about money? We talk about money because, for one main reason, money gives authority and power. Successful rich people have power and authority to do as they please. And I think that's why you auditors are very, very important people. We all want to get money, and much, much money. And there are individuals who will say, I'll get it at whatever cost. There are those who have even said, I would rather go to jail, but having got the money, because one day I'll come out and use it. So, rich people can corrupt individuals, they can corrupt multinationals, they can corrupt governments, they can corrupt religious institutions. They can access everything. They can actually overturn governments, they can install puppets as they please. They can buy elections, they can cause election outcomes, they can influence appointments, they can cause dismissals. People with money are to be feared because they're terrible. So I'm glad that this institution has actually decided to investigate this topic, money laundering, terrorist financing, because we are dealing with a subject which we all like, we all need the money, and the money has so much impact on people. Specifically getting to the laws, there are many, many laws, and Uganda has done very well in terms of the legislative structure. On money laundering, I can already see about 5 pieces of legislation on money laundering alone. Yet, I think the FI is a young organization. Have you done 10 years? No. 8 years, yeah, in 8 years. But a lot of laws have been made. I know 5 Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2013, which established a FIA. There is the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations of 2016. These were made by the Minister of Internal Affairs. Anti-Money Laundering Amendment Act 2017. This was harmonizing definitions used in the various acts. Anti-Money Laundering Exchange Information Regulations 2018. I think this had to do with the board of the Financial Intelligence Authority. Then the Anti-Money Laundering Amendment of 2019, which was amending Section 38 of the previous act. Then with regard to the corruption, we have the 4 major legislation: the Inspectorate of Government Act, which sets up the institution of the Inspectorate of Government. We have the Anti-Corruption Act, Leadership Code Act, which I think has 3 amendments, Whistleblowers Act, and so on. So in terms of legislation, Uganda is doing very well. Anti-terrorism law, I can think of 4, the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2002, which makes it a crime, provides the punishment for those who convene and attending meetings or who support and facilitate activities of terrorist organizations. Anti-Terrorism Amendment Act, Anti-Terrorism Regulations, Anti-Terrorism of 2017, and one of 2016. But there are also a number of other laws. Financial Institutions Act of 2016, Capital Markets, Insurance, Narcotics, Tier 3 Microfinance Institutions, Lotteries and Gaming Act 2016, the Penal Code Act, and so on. So in terms of legislation, Uganda is actually very sound. It's one of the aspects that Uganda is admired and commended for. We have many laws. In terms of the achievements that we can see in fighting financial crime, obviously there's been the enactment of the laws, which we have cited, the establishment of anti-corruption institutions. Uganda has so many. You've seen the FIA, we have the Auditor General, we have the IGG, we have the CID, you have the, what are they? There's one called State House, Shako, and so on. So their institutions are very many. We've had successes in cases. Some of you have heard about the Geoffrey Kazinda case, which I think has reached the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal confirmed the conviction. I think that was a big, big achievement. The Leadership Code Amendment, which requires all civil servants at all levels to declare property. And why is this important? For a long time, the Leadership Code Act was targeting the top leaders, the prescribed officers. But actually, for some of you who may have not had the chance to be at the top of organizations, it's not as easy to steal from the top as it appears. I know many people accuse you that man is corrupt and that one. And actually, when you're at the top, there's a lot of regulations, and the scrutiny is such that it's difficult for you to physically steal, either from the public or from the private organization that you run. So leaders act through people. They work through people. So I think this law is important because it's saying, if you are acting through your subordinates to steal, then let's also look at what the subordinates have obtained. Because the irony is, and this is what we used to hear at the Inspectorate of Government, that when a top person sends a junior person to steal for them, you basically vest the power, your own power, in the person stealing for you. And what do some of those unscrupulous junior people do? They become your paymasters. They choose how much to pay you because you have nowhere to report. Where will you go and report? That I received entitled to a bribe of so much, and can you imagine this young man only brought 20% of the bribe. You can't. So a lot of big people suffer quietly and a lot of pain. You know, you may fear somebody, can we dismiss this one? Can we get rid of this person? So, but what has the person done? You know, their colleagues may be wondering what this person has done. But the person has a very big grudge because their bribe or money was stolen by the junior person. And the junior person knows that there is nothing you, the boss, can do to them. You won't report to the police, you won't report to your colleagues. So I think this law is very important because it's now saying, let's just check the big people, middle ranked, and everybody. And I think that is one loophole that is being plugged by that law. I think there's been increased mobility to monitor formal and informal financial transactions, particularly informal trade. I think Mr. FK has spoken about the money, and some of you may have got this experience. You deposit money to your account. If it's too big, you get an email from your banker. By the way, FIA wants to know, what is the source of this money? It's actually a scary thing. Mr. Tuke, that tool is very powerful. If the money has come from a wrong source, you know, you may have very nice words, but at least it will cause you some terror that somebody is watching. Where did this money go? And if you make a big payment from your bank account, somebody will ask the question, by the way, when you are paying so much, why were you paying? Was it a service? Was it a purchase? And so on. So I think that that's been a very big development. I have also heard about the lifestyle audit. It's been launched around East Africa. I think it was very successful in Kenya. And it's just asking people simple questions. You earn so much. These are your own known sources of income. But yes, you are able to pay school fees for your children in Rainbow. What are those schools? The big international schools. I remember one time I was taking our son to a school, and there was a parent who came, a civil servant. That was many years ago before I knew about this business. So we were negotiating to pay the fees in installments for our son. And then this parent came, young man, were paying dollars. This is school near here. And so the man, I think he had 3 or 4 children, and the school fees was $10,000, you know. And I remember the man pulling money from this side. He had pockets from the bottom here up to the top. So how much for this child? He threw it there in $100 notes. Those are lifestyle questions. I think if this audit had been there, we really should have gone and asked, how do you raise so many thousands of dollars as a mid-level civil servant in Uganda? I saw that myself many years, 10 years ago. Then there are cross-border protocols against corruption and money laundering and terrorist financing. The Whistleblowers Act, Protection Act, I think has also been a big achievement. And lastly, the challenges encountered. I think the number one problem in this country is that we are a cash-based economy. And the government has to find a formula how to force the economy back to the banks. I don't know what percentage of money goes through the banks, but it's not very much. A lot of the money is actually cash. Remember many years ago I went to London to pay back a debt when I finished my assignment, and I got my redundancy from the company I used to work for. So I was really happy. I was carrying £5,000 to go and pay back a debt. When I got to the counter, the lady, I thought she would be very happy to see me that I'm paying back an overdraft and a loan. The lady said, oh, thank you. Where do you get the money? And this is now a front office. Everybody has been sensitized. Front office person, you have £5,000. £5,000 is not very much in Uganda. It's about what, 40 million? No, not 40. 5,000 is 20. Yeah? 20 million, yes. So the lady hailed me at the counter. Okay, let me just get a document. But I could see her. She went behind the counter and started calling some numbers, you know. I don't know whom she was speaking to. But here is a black man. He's come with how much? £5,000. when are we going to get there? For us here, when somebody brings a pile of money, everybody becomes happy. The manager of the bank will know about it. The cashier is happy. Do you want a machine? Where can we put it? Come and tell us, do you want sacks? Do you want somebody to help you? My friends, we need to sensitize ourselves that actually crime is being committed because of having a cash-based economy. When people want to buy land, if you think that they'll write a check, Mr. 2K, you'll be disappointed. A person told me how he was buying land, and somebody said, how much? No, actually, there are two different stories, but one of them, somebody said, I was selling something to this person. And the person selling land said, come to my home. The person says, yeah, go into that boot, the boot of a car. So he opened it, says, okay, count off your, I don't know, that was 600 million that the person was paying. You count your 600 million and take it and leave me the rest. Unsupervised. And this man says, yeah, he claims that he only took 600 million. But he said he could have taken an amount. And this person didn't mind because the cash was so much. Who detects that transaction? Of course, everybody benefits. The one taking the cash doesn't pay tax. The one paying also has gone unnoticed to cake and search 1,000 times. But as long as we have a cash-based economy, I think it's going to be difficult to fight. There are resource constraints for the institutions, inadequate financial statistics. Who knows how much money is stolen? I've been telling you about how much money do we lose to corruption in Uganda. The 8 years I was in the IGG's office, I can tell you the straight answer is nobody knows. Nobody knows. Where are the statistics? We don't know. Weaknesses in border controls, which give black markets an advantage. If somebody is really chasing you very hard and you manage to cross the border in Tukula, Malaba, Busia, you can cross with the 220 billion shillings. Inadequate beneficial ownership, the concept of beneficial ownership, I think Mr. Tukem referred to it. There are so many mysteries in this country. Who owns this building? Who owns that building? A little guy shows up. We say, but where did this person get the money? So we really have to come up with a mechanism. We need to find a mechanism by which people can safely declare and say, this structure or building or asset, yes, is in my name, but the income that will accrue from it is actually go to so and so. You can't tackle this until we are able to deal with the beneficial ownership concept, that when somebody is buying an asset, they shouldn't just declare and say, after all, it's in my name. And there's a problem with the law. I don't know which section it is in land law, but it says registration of title is conclusive evidence of ownership. Is it? Is it the fact that somebody has a title in their name, does that vest property in them? So I think this is long overdue. We have to deal with this issue, confronting the issue of beneficial ownership. You may be the one whose name appears on the title, but can we also know who owns, who is actually the beneficial owner? Limited crimes awareness and non-vibrant private sector. Sometimes we trust the private sector. But what I noticed is that the private sector is actually learning the bad behavior from the other side. The other side trusts the private sector to help drive progress. But actually, private sector people admire those in government. Yet the people in the government are saying, yeah, because of the automation that has come in the country, it's now difficult to actually steal directly from the government. So there is a partnership that has emerged. That government people need a partner in the private sector through whom to channel funds. We also need to look at the unregulated sector of real estate, because information is not reliable, but people sell and buy in real estate as they wish without declaring to anybody. And the final section is what do you recommend? And I just have 7 recommendations. One is we need to go back to the bank. The banks have to find a creative way of attracting citizens to trust them with the money. You know, there is a trust question in this country. Nobody believes anything, especially when it becomes official. And everybody, you know, they are the conspiracy theorists, and they are working in high gear. They are now on the internet. They have videos. Have you heard the people say, Tambuza video, live, you know? It's now a new concept in Uganda, Tambuza video. And the person says, yes, I'm now come live. Let me now unpack for you what you have seen. This is what it really, it's a big issue. It's actually eroded trust in the country. Everybody has a conspiracy theory for everything. So the banks and financial institutions have to find a way of winning back the trust of the citizen so that people can bring their resources back to the banks. Then we can be able to do, all these institutions will be able to do what they are supposed to do. We also need to think about fast-tracking the federation process, because federation is going to help in the sense that we can then harmonize protocols and share financial information without the barriers that exist. Because as long as there are these artificial barriers, you know, somebody, you cross from Uganda to Busia, and there's that place of no man's land where no law actually applies to you. As long as we have those barriers, it will be very difficult to deal with some of these teething problems that happen in this country. Yet, the nature of financial crime is that it's actually international in nature. We need to strengthen our enforcement of legal and regulatory framework to counter financial crimes such as corruption, money laundering, and terrorism, adopt modern anti-terrorism legislation such as the beneficial ownership, which has been done in the United States, in the UK, universal application of the anti-bribery laws akin to the USA and the UK, that corruption anywhere is corruption in Uganda. If you're a Ugandan official and you receive a bribe, the bribe is paid in Dubai, let that be an offense in Uganda. Because if we create all these safe havens that people just siphon money out of the country, then it becomes, I think, unsustainable. And I think, Mr. Tuke, that was the real question you came to. That discussion seems to have come from that context, saying we have so many evils. There is an evil of people taking money and you lose it completely. Then there is a second level evil of people taking the money from the economy but investing it around. So if you really can't fight the first one, what do? Say, okay, at least attempt to fight the second one. Say, you've stolen, but you've kept the money in what? It's not right, but I think it was just being realistic, that don't lose everything. Adopt modern anti-corruption legislation. Then we need to embed accountability for monies received and spent as a matter of course, including unprompted declaration of sources of funds. We shouldn't be waiting for banks to prompt us to explain where we got money. It should come from we should be able to do it. Strengthening and promoting institutional capacity of law enforcement agencies to aggressively combat corruption, money laundering, and terrorism. The DPP, the IGG, the FIA, and so on, Auditor General. We need to enhance regional international cooperation on matters related to financial crimes. We need to get the public on board on the financial crimes, because many of them say, after all, I don't have money. This has nothing to do with me. I think that's not the right attitude. There should be patriotism in this country, that everybody says, money stolen, whether it will not trickle into my pocket, but public funds belong to me as well, so that they also participate in the fight against corruption. The real estate sector, I think we need to do something about it so that cash transactions are minimized and all the transactions go through the bank. And lastly, to enshrine in the law, the role of the auditors, both in the private and the public sector, as well as building capacity of the auditors to grasp and understand operations of high-spend industries. Because I started by telling you about the war that's going on. If you were sent to audit purchase of arms and all these missiles and submarines and so on, where would you start? How many people in this room can audit the purchase of a submarine? Uganda doesn't have. If you got a contract Auditors Association of Uganda, we want you to audit purchase of, so many missiles, cruise missiles, and so on. You can't. So we need to take interest and acquire knowledge to be able to learn these industries and then be able to earn a place at the high table. Auditors should not be junior officers. Auditors should be embedded at the top management level of every organization so that we highlight risk. Risk management can be highlighted at the inception of policies and decisions. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Bamugemerere. And now let's listen to Madam Ketu Kayemba. As auditors, I'm sure you want to know how best we can approach the audit of this area of financial crime. So, Madam Ketu Kayemba, I want you to share with us, from a risk-based audit perspective, what are the key risk factors with regard to corruption and money laundering the auditor should consider during audit planning, because that's very important. And then I also want you to share with us the key corruption irregularities the Office of the Auditor General has observed in Uganda and how best can they be addressed so that we can share and learn, so that when we go back to our respective organizations, we can enhance and add more value to our operations. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you very much. Thank you, the previous speakers. It's not good to be the last because then they've taken your time. I've been told that I have only 10 minutes and I'll try to use it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being asked about the key risks. In a risk-based audit, what is it that we are looking at? Ladies and gentlemen, the main risks that we are looking at when we are carrying out an audit of any entity in relation to fraud is the fraud risk itself, the risk of assets mismanagement, and the risk of misstatement of financial statements. Ladies and gentlemen, a risk-based audit is done to optimize the audit. Otherwise, we would have done all of it. But given the limited resources, we just go to where we think we'll get the most value and carry out the audit. So once we have understood the objective of the audit and the entities that we are going to, what we look at the planning stage is looking at the inherent risk and then looking at the control risk. I am extremely sure that these are things that you are so much aware of that I will spend indeed just the 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, as auditors, it's very, very important that you go out with a high level of skepticism and you observe indicators of corruption in any entity as soon as you enter it, given that it is taken to be a major vice in our country. I'm not sure myself whether it is, but given that it is taken to be, it's important that we observe very, very high levels of skepticism. When you go to an entity, it's important at the planning stage to look at the operational environment. What is the environment of this organization? As you walk in it, you have to look at the industry, the corporate transactions, the company assets. Does the operating environment promote corruption in the absence of controls? You have to understand the sector. And given that I'm from the government sector, I will mainly give my examples from the government sector. I mean, when you have a sector like the road sector, and you have a simple sector like the accountability sector, Definitely, the road sector is more complex, and the probability of risk, the risk is higher, and therefore you have to use more of your auditor professionalism. When you're in the entity itself, it's important, again, to look, again, in the accountability sector. If you're sort of like to go to the IGG or to the anti-corruption agency, of course, the risk of corruption is less in these bodies than in the main bodies, say, of judiciary and Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important to analyze the appetite for formal procedures in the organization. What is the appetite for formal procedures? Are there lots of things that have been left to discretion? How is decision-making made? Is it properly documented? Are there proper policies and regulations that guide decision-making? Are there formal rules and procedures? What is the tolerance left to discretion? What is the tolerance towards transparency? What is the propensity of other actors to condone corruption or borderline practices? There are those who are involved in the corruption in themselves. Then there are those who are around who condone it by keeping quiet about it. As you enter an organization, you use your senses to try to judge as to what is happening in that organization. One has to have an interview with management, those charged with governance, and internal auditors to assess, to understand their assessment of risk of fraud. You internal auditors are sort of like thermometers of organizations, thermometers of fraud, because you give the temperatures and you can understand the temperatures, and when the temperatures are high, it is about you bringing it lower and relating with those charged with governance. When an external auditor then comes up, the external auditor then looks at the risk that you have understood and the responses that you have taken towards addressing the risk. Ladies and gentlemen, in any organization, one has to look at the existences of processes used for identifying and responding to risks of fraud. What are the processes in existence? Are the internal auditors aware? Are those charged with governance aware? Is the management aware at all? Have they bothered to understand their risks in relation to fraud? What is the organization culture? Does the entity have a commitment to transparency, integrity, and ethical values? Do they have policies? Do they have whistleblowers policies? When you enter, do you see around just in the front of it, in schools they call it a talking compound. Do you find things around about the vibes of anti-corruption in the organization? Does the organization have occurrence and a history of occurrence of corruption? I don't know whether there are any people of you here from judiciary. The judiciary is quite notorious. And therefore, when you visit the judiciary and you are in the judiciary, the issue is how does it help you with your temperatures about corruption? And if you are an internal auditor in that institution, what therefore do you do? How do you help them to reduce that temperature? Because I don't know, but I think the judiciary is one of the highest. I think it's one of the highest because in there you have many of those institutions, and then you have the justice institutions, the police, those are sort of having the highest. How are you, within you, as auditors, internal auditors of those institutions, ensuring that you reduce those temperatures such that the corruption vibes within there are reduced? We look at the employee lifestyle. George talked about this hotel which was owned, and then this other small man came up. I think that's what it is. You go into an organization and you find people. How are they living? What is their lifestyle? What kind of, you just look. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say inappropriate things here. But what kind of things do they have? How do they behave? What are their talks? And in relation to what you associate different levels of income, how do the employees of that organization look like? So you have to look at the employee lifestyle, because that will guide you in relation to the vibes about corruption, and that will affect how you're going to lay out your audit strategy and how you're going to tackle the issues of risk. You look at the dominance of top managers. I was amused when George was talking about this manager who uses the small men. I don't know. These Ugandans, I think, are very funny. But you look at the dominance. In that case now, the big man, I think, was not dominant at all. The guy was just too small. But you look at the dominance of top managers. Are they so strong, so powerful that they can override or ask people to override? Those are all indicators of risk. Are they so dominant that they can encourage connivance, or they can force connivance on the other people in the organization? Those are all risks that point you towards the environment, the ethical environment around the organization. In planning, ladies and gentlemen, you have to do a very, very good analytical review. And you look at all the unexplained variances: budget versus actual, staff versus employees versus payroll, pension and retirees, revenue figures, sometimes very, very low projected revenue figures. Watch it. Those very low ones, why are they so low? Because they siphon out most of it. It's very common in local governments, where they project non-tax revenue, local revenue they call it, as very low. And you're like, what are these people doing actually? They want only to depend on government. You look at that. When it comes to employee costs, last year we did a very good audit on local government. And I think we are doing it again, because the payroll thefts in local government, members here who are from local government, mark my words, it's not good. And you make us work so much. Why? Why don't you do your part when you're there? And if for whatever reason you are small, they have sat on you, as soon as we come to us and tell us, look at this area, look at this area, look at this one. Let's work together and read out corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the corruption in the payroll is bad. In local governments, not central. Central is okay. In local governments, we need money to offer services to our people, not money to line our pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You have to ascertain whether there are unusual, unexpected relationships. Identify whether the unusual, unexpected relationships identified may indicate risks of material misstatements due to fraud. Because you will find, so sometimes, be careful. Just look at those, what the graphs are showing you. Don't ignore them. Use them. The auditor is to evaluate whether information obtained from the risk assessment procedures and related activities performed point towards a possibility of fraud. All risks that point towards corruption should be assessed as significant, and members' special attention has to be given to the IT environment. It can be a source of significant risks. The general and the application controls must be reviewed. You must have within your entity people who can carry out IT audits I know a number of you are CISAs like me. Some even have Seagates and the rest. Ensure that you have somebody who can help you with the IT system. Ensure that you use the cards to assist you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go to the control environment now. I was managing the business environment, and along that came so many things. What about the control environment? You have to look at the control environment and plan for it. Inadequate internal policies, guidelines, and regulations to deter corruption. What are the guidelines that are in place? What are the laws that are in place? Have they been instituted? Because as George said, we have very good laws. We have very good regulations. We have very good instructions. We have everything. But are they instituted? Are the policies instituted? It's our role to ensure that those documentation, the legal framework is well documented into controls that then ensure that the financial process is assured. The internal controls. The attitudes and awareness of those charged with governance and management on the system of internal controls and its importance in the entity. It's important that the management and those charged with governance understand what internal controls are and understand the meaning and understand the impact and the effect. It's your role to ensure that they understand that. Are there competent staff or locally but staff of people to manage resources and do they have a clear reporting lines? These appear to be very simple things, but unfortunately, I know that George and Michael talked about the bigger things. I'm talking about the very small things, but you know them, because they are the ones happening in your organizations. And they then lead into this much bigger thing because our ethics have been eroded completely, and then we can dare to do whatever else we can do. We look at the weak managerial and administrative structures because the structures must be such that the lower people, there is a check and balance over whatever someone is doing. In that way, then you will hold. Should it come up, it will be held. People will get to know, and the supervisors will be able to find out what is happening. And you also find out whether there is a system for monitoring effectiveness of controls. Where the control is high, of course, you do less testing. Where the controls are weak, you do more testing to ensure that you gather enough evidence to give the necessary assurance. And any signs that you have in relation to any corruption, those must be treated at a much higher level where the engagement partner is concerned. In our office, we call them assistant directors and directors. Sometimes it comes as far as the Assistant Auditor General wants that and goes to the Auditor General, because then he relates with the IGG and relates with the Internal Auditor General to ensure that they handle this animal that they have come out with. Ladies and gentlemen, what are the key corruption irregularities identified by the AG? There are many, and a lot has already been said. I think they said some of them. Procurement is one of the biggest. Procurement is one of the biggest because it's a mother. It takes up about 30 to 40% of our expenditure. And of course, as George was talking, he talked about where are all these machinery coming from and whatever, you know those big things. When we are handling big things, those of you who handle those big things, check it. Ensure that it is okay. Use your professionalism therein and ensure that it is fine. There is air supply, the supply of goods and services at inflated prices, the supply of poor quality services and goods below the expectations, there are shoddy works. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just mentioning them. I know you know them. Diversion of funds to unplanned activities, we call them mischarges. For the last 10 years, we've talked about mischarges until government realized that we're talking about something. And do you know that as a result of those mischarges, there were major frauds? You remember the local government fraud? It was a result of a mischarge. You take money from this and you go do something else with it, and then we don't get the bicycles that we are supposed to get. So, diversion of funds, grabbing of government assets for private use. Here, George, Lady Justice Bamugemerere did a lot for us in the Land Commission. Members here who belong to the Land Board, not the Land Board, who happen to be in the land sector. There is so much going in the land sector. What are you doing? It's not cash. No, it is land. It is a big asset, very big, important asset. We come there, we struggle, we ask for this, we ask for that, we ask for that. Sometimes we make no headway, but we don't give up. We continue trying and digging, and definitely you see results from us and other parties as well. Court awards that are way above the value lost. Are there judiciary officers here? Internal auditors in judiciary? My friends, how are you handling that animal? It is terrible. That one is bad. And that one, sometimes we ourselves, we also run away from it. I hear we say, no, that is judiciary, and we are just internal auditors to assess the financial. No! It is about the objective of the organization. Is the organization achieving its objective? And if it is not, where are you? Where are you? And what are you saying? What's your voice? At least our voice has been heard. Our voice has been heard. Funds not accounted for, funds lacking, supporting documents, payments of advances to individual accounts, cash. That's cash. That's what Mr. Bamugemerere was talking about, cash. Why? I'm shocked because when he talked about the boot. But George, is that really true? Actually true about the boot?
Including count how much you want. Take off what belongs to you and leave the rest.
Members, what are we going to do? And where is the internal auditor at that point? Where is the internal auditor of that organization? Don't ask us the external auditor. Members with connivance, there is a way you may fail to see it as an external auditor. But the internal auditor is inside, and the vibes, he or she knows all the vibes. Where are you? And if they are keeping you down, where is doctor? Because they are keeping you down there. Go to doctor. That's why there is a matrix relationship. Go to doctor and say, boss, this one, me, I can't handle. And he has people who have done that, actually. I forget their name. They are very exemplary officers who have gone there and says, no, this one I cannot handle. You handle me, transfer me. Because me, I can't stay there. I cannot manage that thing. And I have told you now, you handle it with other parties. Duplication of activities, but payments to advances or to individual accounts. Have I talked about it in detail? That is cash. That is an element of avoiding cash. And then there are cash transactions where people are even messing up the e-platform that the Accountant General has instituted. Then duplication of activities, signing erroneous contracts well knowing they are going to fail, and third-party demands compensation from the government and interest on unpaid bills. Okay, that's again legal, the legal fraternity. Mr. Tuke, you are lucky you're an economist, but George is a lawyer. So today, lawyers, the lawyer fraternity. And the lawyers' fraternity inside the house on the other side. These are real things that are happening, including unfavorable clauses in government contracts. I can't think. Including unfavorable clauses in government contracts, payment of lower than assessed taxes and NTR, outright theft through forgery of documents and payment instructions, services rendered without receipt of the requisite non-tax revenue, IT-assisted thefts. This one is big. IT-assisted thefts. There is need for strong cybersecurity and good security experts within your organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude. I've done well. How can they be addressed? How can they be addressed? Ladies and gentlemen, government has put in place enough controls to detect and prevent instances of corruption. Most of the corruptions are in forms of legislature, policies, and guidelines. However, collusion has left corruption to flourish. Oh, fear of the top. It's important that we relook and instill ethical values and adhere to our ethical standards. It's important that we implement recommendations of the Auditor General, Internal Auditor General, including the strengthening of implementation of internal controls. It's important that we have very close liaison between all anti-corruption bodies to fight corruption. These gentlemen here, the Financial Institutions Act, the IGG, I know he's former, but the IGG's office, the way we work together as anti-corruption, because we all come out in different ways, then we put our hands together and come out very strongly. A relook at salary packages. There is a need to relook at salary packages to remove the motive and deter petty corruption. Petty corruption, members, is wasting a lot of our time. George said it. You go, you're looking at the sugar, sijui, what, pencils, what are you looking at? The big man is walking out of the door and you are at the window checking pencils. So we need to have sufficient salary packages such that we look at the real issues and we stop this business of people surviving and wasting audit time, wasting your time and my time. Ladies and gentlemen, as professionals, let's improve on our observance of our professional ethics. It is upon us to do that. Fraud is a closely ethical related issue. It's not just about competence. It is an ethical issue. Let's carry out our professional roles and ensure that we leave decision makers to think more of the more strategic issues that move our country forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the oil is coming. And it's a big thing. Those who are saying it's a very small thing, it is not. It's a big thing. It will help this country. To what extent are we ensuring that we are ready? To what extent are we ensuring that the laws therein are ready, that the regulations therein are ready, that the governance structures therein are ready, that you as Institute of Internal Auditor Generals, you're doing your part. Institute of Internal Auditors, you're doing your part such that when it comes, the illicit flows are this small. When it finally comes, the illicit flows are this small. It doesn't get out of our country. It leaves us here for our children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's also important, we are doing this in OAG, I'd forgotten, I need to say this. It's important that we involve the citizens in the audits. I don't know whether that vibe has already come into the internal auditors. I don't know whether it has. But if we leave the citizens out, we will not move far. It's important that we bring in the citizens and we ensure that we use them to support the audits that we do. Thank you very, very much for listening to me. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Keto. I think, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that the time we needed was much more than what were allocated, because there was a lot to do. But because time is not our good ally, I want us to stop here and just let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And I want to give only 3 burning questions, strictly 3, if any, or comments, so that I don't want to stand between you and your next program. Any burning question? If it is burning. One, two, three, no burning question. Oh, there is one on the other side. There is another one at the extreme end. Those are 2. The third one. Who has the mic? And please,
I'm the one.
Give the mic to the first person.
I have the mic, sir.
Your name and the question, be precise.
I am Yusuf Magero Buha. My question is directly to Madam Keto. She actually asked us where the internal auditors are in this situation. As you realize, whereas the external auditors, before they come and do any activity, they first put a safeguard clause that they are not responsible for whatever they do. They only want to assure that what is presented before them is rightly presented. The external auditors equally went into risk-based audit, and therefore they are busy researching on the possible risks the organizations are going to face. Now, in this case, I'm asking, are African countries, as Africans, are we really ready for risk-based audit? Because in this case, we are all doing post-mortem, and at the end of it all, things are happening when we are within the activity. The other one goes to Mr. Bamgeri. He actually said that, for example, there is the line between the top management and the lower management. And therefore, we are going to start doing audit on the lower management. But who is responsible for the supervision of these activities? It is here where we find a leader at the level of a permanent secretary telling us that he was a whistleblower to a principal accountant. And then you ask, who was supervising who? So I'm going to give an example of a country I visited where I think they've tried very much to fight this, and they have chosen to use the administrative approach and not the court approach. In a situation where such an activity has occurred, the accounting officer is suspended administratively before any other legal action is taken. With this, some people will become very, very serious with what they supervise. It's so funny. Yesterday we had a scenario where a minister, for example, asked the permanent secretary that, is it true you're corrupt? And the permanent secretary says, no, I'm not. I think it is the accountant. But you're the one supervising the accountant. So if the accountant is corrupt, you should do something to that accountant before you wait for the IGG to come. So for me, I think by the time the IGG is going to look at some of these activities, the first person to be suspended is the one who is the supervising officer, whether he has participated or he never participated, whether he's a proxy dealing with small people and therefore complaining internally of how the small person has rewarded him less or more, he should be responsible for these actions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, there was one in the extreme corner. Hello? we have only one mic?
Okay, thank you. James Mpalanyi is my name. My question goes to Council George and Mr. Tukey. Yeah, I read in the media space some time back about our country being like put on the gray list, blacklisted due to financial crime. That's in the financial sector. Now, I want us to, could you please throw some light on it? And how are we going to, what assurance do you give to our colleagues, Ugandans, how we are going to get out of this thing, and what is the challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, just in the middle here.
Thank you, moderator. I'm called Nangalama Daniel, and I would like to comment on the topic before us from the behavioral aspect of it, behavioral aspects of fraud, and how society is handling it. Dr. Bamgerere alluded to the issues of organized crime, the sophistication, and how many people are instead promoting it. And Madame Keto brought in the issue of reaching out to citizens. I totally agree with them, and I think for us to solve this issue, in addition to the existing frameworks, we need to handle the issue of mindset change, to come up with a society that is ethically aware. So among the interventions, I would suggest that we look at the family frameworks, how are the children raised, and how is parenting being managed in such a way that children we're having that transformed and are aware that whatever wrongs or the good things we see, what fraudsters do, don't count in society. But also integrating the efforts of religious organizations. So this is my way forward, but also as I get out of this, I want to ask the respective organs that are fighting, right from financial intelligence, Otageno, and of course IGG. How far have you gone to reach these societies, or integrating your preventive measures to see that these efforts yields to your efforts? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Madam Keto to answer the first question. Let George.
Thank you very much. I'll pick up one of the, I think the side of the part of the question from Mr. Yusuf, where particularly on the issue of supervision, I personally agree with you that we have not been sufficiently strong on holding supervisors accountable. When you accept a job, especially at a senior level, one of the tasks that you're expected to undertake is to work through people. You've heard about the 4 levels of work, that when we are juniors, we work for people. When you're 2-3 years into your role, you start working with people. Then when you become a senior supervisor, you are expected to have the skills of working through people. And then at the very top, when you own a hotel like this, then people work for you. Now, this country has a problem with the skill of working through people. Many people who are promoted to positions of leadership actually do not have the skills to lead. They don't know how to set goals. They don't know how to hold people accountable. There is very poor follow-up. There are very few one-to-one meetings in organizations in this country. So you get, one of the things we used to find in the Inspectorate of Government is people who write very good projects, because Ugandans can write very well. They write very good proposals. We need to construct such and such a bridge in such and such a place. This is the quotation. We have so many bidders. This is this how much it's going to cost, and this how long it will take. So they present this to accounting officer. Everything makes sense on paper. Accounting officer clicks pay. Money is paid. But do you know that in most instances, that's where the transaction ends? The supervisor never checks. This thing was the bridge which was to be constructed in 3 months. How far are we? If you work in some other parts of the world, when everything is handled like a project, you present a proposal, you agree on how often you're going to talk, you agree on the milestones, there must be updates, and these must be presented. If your supervisor said we are going to meet weekly or every 2 weeks at 10 a.m., you must be there at 10 a.m. and have an explanation. What will a Ugandan do? You say, now it rained, so I didn't come. The other time, somebody died. I didn't supervise. And in the end, things actually do not happen. I agree with you, Mr. Yusuf, that a time has come for us to hold people accountable. You are being paid a big salary. You have so many benefits. You are driving a big car. We expect you to have the skills to follow up. Most of the theft that happens in this country, by the way, does not come. Most of the thieves do not believe they are actually stealing. Most of the thieves believe they are borrowing money. You give somebody a lot of money to implement a project over 6 months, and it gets a problem. It's now school fees time. In 2 weeks' time, people will be going back to school. People need a lot of money. Some people have many children, 5, 6. Budget is 2 million per each. That's 12 million. People are going to borrow money in May. And they believe that it will be paid back by the end of the month. But at the end of the month, supervisors will not be asking, how far are we with the project? Then in June, somebody falls sick, a wedding happens, and so on. They borrow some more, and they keep hoping that they'll do what? They'll pay back someday. Until somebody comes and an audit happens and says, oh, you mean we lost 100 million? What happened? And the man says, forgive me, this went to school fees, this went to... But it was money that was spent because the borrower borrowed and found that nobody was asking the right questions. So I agree. We need to hold people accountable. As of now, the current framework is not holding people accountable. A person will say, oh, who did this? Look around, victimize a small person in the organization. It was so and so. I think a time has come when we should come down hard and say, the person we know is the accounting officer. That's the one recognized by law. Please deliver on what you undertook. If that is done, I agree with you. People will not play around. People will hold the people below them accountable. They will develop skills to work through people, a skill that is missing. That was the first question. The second one was about Uganda being on the grey list. I think I'll leave that to Mr. Tuke, but what I know is that in the fight against financial crime, it's actually a global movement. And it's very, very strong. They have set up a number of standards that every country must meet. I don't know what they are. Maybe Mr. Tuke knows. And they actually supervise. They go around the world with a checklist, say, do you have this? Do you have this? Have you put this person? And I think Uganda, at some stage, I know maybe 3-4 years ago, there are certain aspects of the standards that Uganda had not met. And they were blacklisted. But when they find gaps, they give you a time frame within which to meet the requirements and put in place the necessary standards. I think Uganda fulfilled them. I don't know. Mr. Tuke will probably explain. And lastly, on the issue from Mr. Nandala, I fully agree with you that the public must participate. We are fighting a war. Somebody has written that when we are raising children, sometimes we believe in telling them what they should do. Don't do this, don't do the other, don't do the other. But the reality is, children do not really listen. Children watch the parents. And many people, I'm sure, even in this room, we unconsciously do the things that we saw our parents do. So in order to tackle this mindset problem, we actually have to tackle it from many, many angles. We have to deal with the parents. Now, most of the parents are already bent. So they need to be arrested, they need to be charged, they need to be jailed. So that a child at least knows, my father went to jail for such a long time. I had no father because they say, because the children will not believe, they say my father stole. So there is an issue of enforcement. We need to do enforcement and be very hard on enforcement for people who do the wrong thing. They need to be charged, they need to be tried, they need to be convicted, they need to be sentenced and put away for a long time so that we send a signal. And you know, in criminal law, you don't have to sentence 100 people. Sometimes you need some symbolic trials where you get a person, they call them a big scalp, take them for trial, publicly, make everything public, go through the process, get that conviction, so that you send chills and fear across the spines of many people. So that is one of the options for the older people, our generation, because we've learned bad habits. We have no shame, we don't care, and I think we need those very tough measures, stern action being taken against the adults, so that a message is sent to the country that something is not acceptable. Then with regard to the children, yes, when the parents are remodeled and when they change their behavior, the children will learn. Involvement of religious organization, perfect. It's something that we started. I don't know, they are still doing it in the Inspectorate of Government, but we held a very big workshop 2 years ago, pre-COVID maybe, at Chigo. We got the Joint Christian Council, we held a 5-day conference. We had the Prime Minister came to open that meeting, and we were all saying, what contribution can we make to the fight against corruption? And they raised the question. They said, what is corruption? We don't have any information, apart from the occasional newspaper reports that so much money has lost. But if you ask us what is corruption, what can a citizen do? And so they said, we don't know. So they asked the anti-corruption agencies, can you give us a script, even a one-pager or a flyer, where you give us the information that we need to know? Can you also disseminate the information about the funds that have been released by the government into the public, to the districts, local governments, and so on? What is it for? How much is it? How is it to be used? Within what time frame? Now, if we can mobilize the citizens to participate in holding institutions accountable, I think that would go a long way, because these agencies are actually very sparsely, they don't have enough staffing in terms of manpower, so they cannot be everywhere. But if we had a citizen who is aware, he's been informed of their responsibility, they know what the government is sending them, how much it's sending, what the government intends to do, when and how. And then we ask the citizen, since we, the officers, are unable to supervise ourselves, let's ask the citizen to supervise the government institutions and structures. Hold them accountable at source. If you promise to construct a bridge in 6 months, they should be asking questions. After 2 months, how far have we gone? After 4 months, how far have we gone? When are we commissioning? But because a citizen is disengaged, they don't know, although I must put a caveat there. I think the Ministry of Finance has improved a lot. They publicize how much money is being released. It's how much is being released every quarter, what it is going to do, and so on. So the citizen now has a role to respond, say, okay, Ministry of Finance has released the money. Where is it? How far has it gone? Who is supposed to do what? And so on. And lastly, the children. This is a race, and I agree with you. It's a big race to save a generation. If we embed, if we entrench, if bad practices become the norm, then, yeah, Uganda will be in a different place in 30 years. If everybody believes in looking after themselves alone, if people do not care, if our ethical values are gone, yeah, I think you've heard about some countries where there is no rule of law. I know one country where I went and the system has just broken down so badly. You know, we're lining up at the counter to check in. And somebody, the person checking in, gets out of the behind the desk and comes and stands in the middle of the line. Hey, so where are you going? Starts collecting. Give me your passport. Unknown to us, there were agents around saying, yeah, can you pay me? I can help you check it. Now, there are practices like that that happen. They happen in a certain country. And maybe not one country. There must be many others. It's possible for a country to break down where right becomes wrong and it gets entrenched. We are in a race to straighten the next generation. If ours is struggling and bent, I agree, we need enforcement. The next generation still has a chance if they can be taught the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mugemere. And just, Madam Keto, you want to say something?
Yes, I will say something very small. I'll say something very small. It's, he asked about the risk-based audit and whether we are ready as a country, as developing countries, to go into risk-based audits. And I think my answer to you is yes. We are ready to go into risk-based audits because it is only through risk-based audits that you optimize the value of the money that you spend. It's important for us to look at the audit, the overall audit, and see the value that you create and the value addition that you make. For us in the Office of the Auditor General, what we've decided to do, we are going in to measure the value we bring to the citizen. And I think in the next, probably the next year or the next 2 years, we should be able to bring out and say that, yes, the audit created this level of value. And there is no way it's about going into risk-based audits. Don't get worried that the smaller entities will suffer with less audits. No, the small entities are taken as small entities and their materiality levels are calculated as small entities and the emphasis given to them is as small entities. But then we take a lot of our resources to the big ones to ensure that we give assurance because it's in the big ones where we lose a lot of money. The small ones, it's about service delivery, it's about ensuring that we actually do what we are supposed to do and ensure that the organizations are performing the jobs that they are supposed to perform. So you'll find that the audit objectives are actually different. But the methodologies that we use is to try as much as possible to ensure that the value that an audit, the value of 1 shilling that is spent in audit is as high as possible. And I think it is the only way out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Keto. And last but not least, a quick one from Mr. Tuke.
Thank you. George had already touched much of what is remaining here. It is in respect of the grey list. What is the grey list? Why is Uganda on the grey list? Unfortunately, this is not the first time we're on the grey list. The first time where Uganda was placed on the grey list was in 2013. 2013, but we managed to come out of that list in 2017. Now, this time around, we have been put on the grey list again in 2020, February, and we are supposed to have finalized the action program for coming out at the end of May, that is next month. Unfortunately, the action plan, having the action items that were supposed to be ticked, the action items have not fully been addressed, and that's why I think it has been captured by the media, and that now we are going to be blacklisted. But there is what they call a face-to-face meeting where the assessors are going to meet Ugandan officials in Senegal on 11th May, that's just 2 weeks' time, in order to brief them on the progress so far made and the way forward. Now, if I might say, how do we come into this? Now, I mentioned earlier the global standard setter on money laundering and terrorist financing, the Financial Action Task Force. The Financial Action Task Force sets standards And those standards are in terms of the 40 recommendations they have produced, the interpretive notes, and the guidance notes that they issue. Now, the Financial Action Task Force works around the world, or around the globe, through what we call regional, FATF-style regional bodies. FATF-style regional bodies act and work like Financial Action Task Force, and they have the same methods. So we have the peer review mechanisms. In East Africa, for Uganda, we belong to the East and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering group called ESAMLAG. All countries around the world belong to specific regional groups. So we get what mutual evaluation, sort of a peer review of the problems that each country faces and identify the issues. Now, after we had the mutual evaluation in 2005, the issues identified were many. That's why we were put in the first place. And we came out in 2007. The FIA was put in place in 2014 when we actually had been placed in the grey list. In 2016, when the second round of mutual evaluation or peer review, for that matter, happened, they have again identified more lapses in our system, some of which are a result of the change in the methodology that was being used. A number of changes were undertaken by the FATF, and that gave a lot of lapses, and therefore we were again placed on this list. Among the key recommendations are those to deal with the criminalization of money laundering itself, the criminalization of terrorist financing, the sanctions the sanctions relating to United Nations Security Council resolutions, preventive measures, and how to deal with issues relating to suspicious transactions. But of course, as you know, we do not have the adequate framework in respect of targeted control of proliferation financing, because this is one of the areas that, after the review of the recommendation, was put in place by the FATF. So some of the issues that we have that have contributed is due to lack of a framework for implementing proliferation financing. That is control of the financing of weapons of mass destruction, including the technology and the delivery mechanisms. People say, but in Uganda we don't have those weapons. George mentioned about what is happening in the Ukraine and the rest. But what the Security Council, and indeed the FATF says, you may not be having, but you need to put into place mechanisms so that people who may be having elsewhere do not use your system, financial system, to transit to other places. The fact of the matter is that in Uganda, we have double user items. The double user items are those that can easily be converted to be used for terrorism. For example, computers. For example, chips of various categories. The computers can be used and assembled to detonate, to detonate bombs. So the framework of handling the importation and distribution of such items needs to be put in place. And as we talk, the cabinet memorandum is being prepared, and I think in the next few weeks it will be taken in order to amend the law to provide to the control of financing of weapons of mass destruction. There is also lack of a comprehensive framework on the recovery and management of assets from criminals. We don't have a framework for monitoring and issuance of guidelines for virtual assets service providers. George again has mentioned about crypto, use of cryptocurrency and bitcoins. This is an area where we need to put a framework. We have several informed our colleagues in finance to give a policy direction on this matter, but it has unfortunately delayed to come. So in effect, if we are placed on this grey list, what does it mean? When we are placed on the grey list, it means that financial institutions have got to undertake enhanced due diligence, particularly with respect of cross-border movement of funds and in respect of correspondent banking. Now, we have international financial institutions will have to apply enhanced due diligence on us because we are perceived to be of having weaker controls in this respect. I must say that once we are put on the grey list by the Financial Action Task Force, similarly, the European Union under its EU list on AML-CFT also places us in their blacklist of countries that have weak institutions. That's why you may have, some of you may have heard that some banks now in Europe, particularly in Brussels, and are trying to close accounts of business people based in Uganda. So that is the impact. The impact is that there are going to be enhanced due diligence on institutions in Uganda, and people doing businesses internationally can only access at a very bigger premium, high interest rate, because they will be subjected to more enhanced due diligence on the other side. That is briefly about being on the grey list. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me, this subject matter required a whole day, but probably next time shall give it more just. But the panelists, within the time constraints, they have done their best. They have given justice to the subject matter, and I believe they have not left us the way they found us. And on that note, I want to ask you again to give them another round of applause. And to our panelists, as the Institute has got a practice where I will be giving you a token of appreciation, and to those of you who are in government, public sector, Mr. Toke and Madam Keto, the value is below the threshold for declaration, so do not get worried. Thank you so much, and as I present the tokens to the panelists, I want to thank all of you for your patience of eating into your time, but for a justified cause. Thank you so much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Michael. And our panelists this afternoon, we thank you for the wisdom that you've shared with us. And we are positive that we shall take it and try to implement where we can. But as I was here, I could see a gap in the office of the Internal Auditor General, that there is no assistant Internal Auditor General who is a female. I would just like to express that there are some of us who are available, and and I think we can give it a treat as the Keto has done. Thank you very much. To our sponsors, we have Teammate, who is coming up. They were in a later program, but they've requested that they will be having another engagement. So please, let's accommodate them, just a few minutes. Thank you. Naomi, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm in between you guys and lunch, so I'll be real quick. My name is Naomi Mwai. I'm Senior Manager at Asmasoft Consulting Limited, and we are the dealers of Teammate within the East, Central, and West Africa region. So today I'm just going to give a short presentation, 5 minutes actually, on what Teammate is about, and please feel free to visit us at our stand at the back, and you'll be able to have more engagement with you. And also with me is David Wagacha, who is my boss, the director of Asmasoft, and he's right at the back. Maybe if he can wave. And he's also the president of the IAA Kenya chapter. So that's David right there. Thank you. Right, so I'll just be very quick on what Teammate is about. I think a lot of you have heard about Teammate because we've really been here quite a bit of times. I think this is the 13th year that we are sponsoring IAA Uganda. So 20 years of existence, we've done sponsorship for 13 years. So we truly are a good partner of IAA Uganda and IAA globally. Right, so Teammate is an audit management solution. It basically helps you to automate your entire audit process, and I'll talk about that in a little while. So as soon as I can get my slides going. Right, so the company that owns Teammate is called Wolters Kluwer, and I think that's what is appearing on your programs as the sponsor. So when you see Wolters Kluwer, it's basically Teammate, okay? So we were founded in the year 1836, 19,000 employees across the globe, and Wolters Kluwer is also listed in the Euronext. Now, Teammate is a leading audit evolution globally, and also in East, Central, and West Africa region, the region that we take care of. And on the screen is basically the clients that we have here in Uganda. And of course, I'll start off with the Office of the Auditor General. That's what I was trying to talk to the Assistant Auditor and Auditor General. So yes, they've been using Teammate since I think 2005, so it's been quite a long time. Then followed by Bank of Uganda, there's UCC, ERA, Microfinance Support Center, UDB, UNRWA, Kampala Capital City Authority, DFCU Bank. This is in no particular order, but these are all our clients. Equity Bank, KCB, they're all our clients here. It was a lender here in Uganda. And if you want more details again about customers that are using Teammate within this country, you can come by and I'll share that information with you. So yes, I said we are the leading industry standard in East and West Africa. We have over 3,000 auditors using Teammate and 650 in Uganda alone. Our market position, according to Gartner, is that teammate, so Gartner is a research, technology research organization, and they normally do research on the various solutions that are out there, and they did one for audit management solutions, and teammate was ranked #1. So teammate is indeed a trusted audit management solution, not only in Uganda, but across the globe. Teammate is quite an easy-to-use solution. I think the ones who are Teammate users already must attest to it. It's very simple, consistent, and intuitive. It's very easy to deploy, and now with Teammate, you can have two options of deployment. You can either deploy it on the cloud, where we host the solution in our cloud, or you can have an on-premise setup. So depending on what preference you have as an organization, then Teammate does provide for both. Teammate is also browser and device agnostic, meaning you can use it on any browser, and you can use it on any smartphone device that you have. Remember, we're talking about being future-ready. Our solution is already future-ready. Okay. Right, Teammate also has offline working. Again, depending or considering the region that we work in, offline working is is quite key, especially if you lose network connectivity for whatever reason, whether you're working from home or away from office or even in the office, and for whatever reason there's no network connectivity, Teammate does allow you to work in an offline mode. Then whenever you get the network connectivity, you're able to synchronize your work, and everybody else is able to view your work, including the reviewers. Then Teammate is also very easy to configure. It does not require any coding or scripting or any specialized IT skill. We just need to know your audit methodology, and we show you how to configure, and you'll be able to do it thereafter should there be any changes. And this helps to reduce the deployment time. Okay? As soon as, okay. Then Teammate also is integrated with what we call audit analytics, and I know now analytics and continuous monitoring is what we're talking about now, because in our organizations, we're not only auditing manual processes, we are also auditing automated processes. So how do you then get to do this? You definitely need an analytics tool, as you cannot look at a system and be able to audit it. You'll need a tool that will allow you to interrogate those other systems that are within your organization and be able to do analysis and incorporate your findings from that analysis into your audit work. So audit analytics is integrated as part of the audit management solution to help you come up with your comprehensive audit work and eventually come up with your audit report. Teammate also helps you to look at your audit universe or your organization, irrespective of how simple or how complex it is. You can be able to look at your organization in different lenses, from a risk register perspective, from a department perspective, or a legal entity or a unit, depending on how you look at your organization. You can always mix and match this to ensure that you have complete coverage of your audit work, of your risk assessment, of your data analytics, irrespective of what you're doing as part of your audit work. All right. Then also Teammate has comprehensive reporting solution. After all is said and done, we must generate reports, whether it's an audit report, whether it's a report to your management or any other stakeholders within your organization that needs to view the audit report, then Teammate has all of this information. Even from an audit committee perspective, where you need, as auditors, you need to demonstrate all the recommendations that have been raised within a particular period of time, how many of those recommendations have been actioned, how many of them are pending. Teammate will be able to produce those kinds of reports for you. And the reports are in different formats. You can have graphical reports, you can have detailed reports, dashboard reports, depending on how you want to view the information and depending on the stakeholders' requirements. And now with Teammate, you're able to connect with other systems and exchange information. So from Teammate to your ERP system, or from Teammate to your preferred reporting tool, and vice versa. So now we have that interface you're calling a reporting API. Then there's the integration with Office and Adobe Acrobat. This allows for cross-referencing audit findings and review notes. So we can do that. And then I've talked about the open ecosystem, where there's communication now from Teammate to other systems that you have within your organization. Now, why TeamMate? TeamMate is tried and tested. Our solution is over 25 years old, so our system has been tried and tested, okay? It's the best of breed internal audit tool. We have over 900 clients in our current platform. Our solution also has received quite a number of awards, as you can see from the screen. We also received the Patented Innovation Award. So as you can see, again, we compete quite favorably against other GRC tools within the market. We have a global client base, as I've mentioned earlier, and also we have a global audit community, and which has 3,200 plus audit departments represented. We have TeamMate user forums where we get all TeamMate users across the globe once a year to come and share their experiences, meet the TeamMate developers. Over and above that, there's also online user community where you're able to, again, share information. So we have a global presence. So the office, the one that is representing East Central and West Africa, our office, Asmasoft, is based in Nairobi, and we offer our services out of our Nairobi office. So also, TeamMate has partnered with a company called AuditNet, where you have content that you can borrow from. We have over 15,000 audit steps that you can borrow from. There's risk information in there for all industries and sectors. So if you want to build up on your audit programs and tests, then you can be able to borrow from AuditNet. We are a major global principal partner and largest sponsor. So we also provide TeamMate thought leadership within, from TeamMate perspective and also from internal audit perspective. We provide a lot of information on that. And we also sponsor our regional, the region that we cover, we sponsor the regional IA conferences. And like I mentioned earlier, we've sponsored IA Uganda for the past 13 years. Yes. So thank you so much for listening to me. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, but that's our contact details. And for more information, please feel free to visit us at our stand at the back there, and we'll be happy to share with you any information that you require regarding TeamMate. Thank you so much, and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much. TeamMate, they are over there. You can visit their booth. And the next program is ready to go for lunch. But I just have a few announcements. There are those of us who didn't get bags and T-shirts. We apologize for that. And we pledge that by tomorrow, we should have these items available for you. Just a reminder, we continue to celebrate our 20 years. The climax will be tomorrow, but for this evening, we shall do a fitness activity. And I did advise our Muslim brothers and sisters residing at this hotel to register with a dealer to manage your sessions. Other than that, please proceed for lunch over there in the tent. Yesterday, we have improved the system, the glitches that we had yesterday, so we should have a smooth ride through the lunch hour. We might have to tone down to 40 minutes, so that we catch up with the next session. Thank you.
Smooth, strong, and everlasting tires. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality-backed clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs. From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality-backed clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs. From the
Faster, fresher, and better than before, we've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Over the next 10 years, we are going to experience more innovation and change than we have throughout.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkoli factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs. From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building construction needs. From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkoli factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media. Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. The climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
we've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Faster, fresher, and better than before, we've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
From the hills, the rocks, and the rivers, the world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these life interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tiles. Uganda Clays Limited is a leading manufacturer of quality baked clay building products in Uganda. It uses state-of-the-art kilns to currently provide the building materials in a brick red color. The company manufactures its products using Italian-made heavy clay processing machinery. Its main business is production and sale of roofing tiles, walling and other building materials. UCL credits its growth over the years to a strong and dedicated workforce that constitutes the backbone of the company. The Kamonkwali factory is automated with the latest technology of bricklaying, minimizing human error and maintaining consistent production specifications. At Kajansi, the two kilns are powered up by coffee husks, supporting coffee growers. The company sells its products within the East African community. Uganda Clays is always determined to provide the best tile solutions for your construction needs.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels, and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels, and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media. faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good after lunch. So welcome back from lunch. I think we need to start. Those who are still outside, please join in. We are starting shortly. It must have been a great lunch. A round of applause to Adila and Bridget and the management of the hotel. I think the queue was really manageable. And I noticed the time it took to serve all of us was an average of 25 minutes. I think that was excellent. A round of applause. Parity will be chairing the next session. He's going to try and mobilize members. So within a few minutes, we should be able to start. I still have these keys. It's a Toyota key with a little drum. Anyway, by tomorrow evening, the owner will show up. Right after this session, we shall have our sponsors make their brief presentation. We have provided for from platinum to gold, and those that have expressed willingness at silver. They will take a maximum of 5 minutes each. Parity has returned. I will introduce Parity to take up the next session. Parity Twinom Juni is the second past president of IIA Uganda. Known to all of us, he's the director or CEO, Hawk's Eye Lodge at Munyonyo, the deepest lake, rather at Bunyonyi, sorry, Bunyonyi, the deepest lake in the country. Why is it in the country or in the world? Parity has done quite a lot for the Institute in the last 20 years, including having participated in the formation of the Institute. Given that we are celebrating our 20 years, please welcome him with a very Loud applause. And then the rest of the recognitions will be done tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. Thank you so much, delegates. We are always proud of having you around. And I hope we are getting the maximum value out of these sessions. I hope all the others can come in so that I can give my stories better before I introduce our next speaker. But as they come in, about 2 months ago, I was, one of my guests saw me on TikTok. How many of us are on TikTok? Let's do some survey. How many of us have an account on TikTok? Oh, that's a big problem. Twitter or Twitter? Okay, about a third, that's about 30%. Facebook, even if we need the VPN to open it. Internal auditors, what is your problem? LinkedIn? Snapchat? Okay, how many of us are doing business? How many of us are doing business? And you think all those platforms are not useful? Do you know the value of TikTok as at today? You can Google it so quickly. TikTok is a forum where girls go and take, mostly girls, maybe 80%, are girls. They go and take pictures, or some short videos, dressed in whatever. And it's some good entertainment, but its value is about 75 billion US dollars. So if you're still criticizing that TikTok is a useless app, look at the money which is there. And that's what we are going to concentrate on this afternoon. We are going to have Dr. Hatib Mugasa. Dr. Mugasa is the Executive Director of National Information Technology Authority. Most of us have heard NITA. He has over 15 years of professional experience in the field of telecommunication and innovative research. He holds a doctorate in computational analysis and modeling, an interdisciplinary degree in computational mathematics, data science, and statistics. He also holds 2 Masters of Science degree in computer science and mathematics, and a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science. And he's going to help us a lot in changing our attitudes towards digitization. He's going to talk to us about beyond digitization, digitization beyond technology, something that we believe we need as a country, considering the hands that you guys put up. But I'll ask that question again at the end, and I see whether some of you had forgotten that you opened accounts on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, and all those platforms. And we'll take about 45 minutes and 15 minutes for questions and answers. Dr. Mugasa, you are very welcome to take the podium.
Thank you, Parity. Good afternoon, members. I am the Executive Director of the National IT Authority of Uganda, NITA Uganda. How many of you have heard of NITA Uganda? Okay. Oh, okay. I always get confused with NIRA. I say NITA, NIRA. Then sometimes, I don't know why we get mixed up with UCC, or, but NITA is a government agency that handles or maintains, manages, promotes the digital transformation of Uganda. NIRA is for National ID, but all those agencies, NIRA, NITA, UCC, URSB, all those are IT-centric agencies. And NITA, we are promoting, we are in the middle of all those agencies in government to promote government's initiatives in ICT. So it's good, I saw a couple of hands up. I don't have to explain what NITA is. So my discussion today is about the, just make sure I get the, yes, the digitization beyond technology. I'm usually asked what we can do as a government, as a country, in terms of the digital transformation of the nation. And in most cases, I don't give a direct answer because there's no one answer. But I also get some questions. People come with, they tell me there's a problem here, I have a solution. First response I give them is, sorry, I even don't want to listen to your solution. We tend to jump to the solution immediately without understanding the core factors of the problem, core issues that are causing the problem. And this is what I'm going to be presenting today. Why do we need to digitize the internal audit processes? For the benefit of and I believe the audit personnel are highly skilled in IT. I don't have to describe, sometimes with us IT professionals, we confuse the audience with the IT jargon. So I will not be speaking so much of the IT jargon, but I hope you can catch up because of the profession that you are. Digitization. I want to change this term. It's not the correct term to use. The correct term is digitalization. You introduced me as someone with a PhD. I want to keep my PhD. So I will use a correct term. It is digitalization. What do I mean by digitalization? Well, for digitization is you have a paper, you want it to be in a digital form, you scan it. So you get a scanner, you scan. You have digitized, but you have not digitalized. So I'll just keep the format as it is, the word as it is, but the correct term is to digitalize. And what do I mean by digitalize? You have as paper that you want to transform in an electronic form. First question is why? Why do you want it in an electronic form? Is there information that you like to process? Yes. If there's information like numbers, if it's an accounting spreadsheet you had written in a book, you want to process that book, that accounts. You want to balance the accounts on that book. So to digitalize means that you are going to scan the book, and in the process of scanning, you are going to read, or the machine, the computer is going to identify the characters that are scanned, translate them into numerical characters in the system, and also do the computing for you. All what you need to do is put the book onto the scanner, and the rest is done by the computer. That is digitalization. So when someone comes with a solution to me, most times they say, sorry, I don't want to take your solution. Have you digitalized it? First tell me what you're digitalizing. What is that back-end process that you are doing to guarantee that this solution is going to solve my problem? So this is what we should be looking at in internal audit. When we are digitalizing, when we are transforming, going the digital way, whatever information we are capturing, is it going to meet our need as internal auditors? Are we going to shorten the time it takes to to do that internal process, in the internal audit process? Is it going to give us more accurate values? Is it going to reduce on the workload? But not to be worried, it's not taking away your job. Is it going to bring more value to your job and going to make work simple for you? If it is, then we're on the right track. So with this quote from Bloomberg, digitalization, I'll keep the right term, is a process, a technology that is used to change a business model and provide a new revenue and value producing opportunity. Or you change a business model into a value producing opportunity where you're going to benefit from it through these digital solutions. What is the, what value are you bringing as a user or as a developer of these solutions, as an implementer of these solutions? We are bringing in the excellence, the expertise that a solution has. We're providing a more structured, more professional process, a more professional, business model that will not get tired. These are systems. These are systems that are going to be running 8 to 5. No, you can run it 24/7. Yeah, those are running continuous. I was having a chat with one of the internal auditors. What they deploy is a continuous system, a system that's going to do audit day and night, all the time. You don't have to wait for someone to come and press a button. It will run the audit process continuously without any rest. You're also providing new revenues or new avenues of revenue generation. The technology that we're deploying, 20 years back, I would say 30 years back, I think, there was a worry that it's going to take away jobs. It's going to take away the jobs in factories, because this is where the technology was first deployed. But you can see the areas or the sectors that adopted technology in the early stages have now even produced other revenue opportunities. So in internal audit, digitalization will also provide more revenue opportunities. It will keep that customer engagement or customer satisfaction in terms of the changing needs of the customer. Today, your business, you are operating let's say a border business, but probably within, and border, this is a business that grows very fast. Within 3 months, it could be a service delivery business. It could be the new Amazon of Uganda. I know Amazon is too big, but if we take that model, is Amazon really a shop or the delivery service? Why doesn't the border person take up that model? Amazon is able to achieve those different models because they are digital, they are digitalized, they are using technology. So if you use technology, you can have more opportunities in terms of your demands for the customer. It will also provide a consistent, that economy, that ecosystem is consistent. You're not having people or the systems shutting down. You can run it 24/7. It's not going to stop. It's also going to provide additional functionality in terms of artificial intelligence. This is an area that I'm very passionate about because we have an opportunity as a country, as Africa especially. I say this from a view of, or a position of, we're not changing the systems, we are introducing new systems. If we are to introduce a new system, why don't we take the best system with the best functions? And why don't we introduce systems that have artificial intelligence instead of deploying a system that is very standard, that has just statistics, 1 + 1 is 2, that is all. No. Why don't we deploy, when we're deploying a system in an economy like Uganda where there's no system, we're not uprooting already existing. We're saying let's develop from scratch, but let's take the best. And why don't we take systems that have artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is a process to mimic the natural intelligence. There's natural intelligence. All of us are human. We have that natural intelligence to, I do not want to go in the degrees of intelligence, but we all have intelligence within our workings. Now, a computer is not intelligent. I know most people fear in computers, but a computer is the least intelligent machine in the world. You give it one, it will wait for you to give it an instruction. If you don't give it an instruction, it will not do anything. Until you say +1, then it will add. But what about a system that does not wait for instructions? You give it the information and let it figure out what you need. That's what artificial intelligence does. You give it information, and there's a lot of information that is being collected. Let it first figure out what you want it to do. Then it will come back with results. You grade it. You say, no, this is not what I wanted. You keep that interaction with the system. Within a couple of iterations, maybe 50, 60 iterations, it has learned what you want. But even that iteration of grading, you can have another system that will grade it. So you have one system that's collecting the information, processing, and another that's grading its output. That's what artificial intelligence does. So in the audit process, the previous presenter presented a system that has some analytics. Are we able to present artificial intelligence or incorporate artificial intelligence in our audit systems or in any other system? In the use case for audit systems, yes, we are. We can automate these processes. We can add that artificial intelligence process within the systems. It's going to be, I would not want to preach a off-shelf or a already made system, no. We need to first understand your business process. We need to come in, look at all the business processes that are performed within the organization or the business. Then we develop an artificial intelligence process for you specifically. The second process is to the digitalization routine. This is now the transformation of manual, the manual information into digital information, and then submitting it to this AI process or the artificial intelligence process. So there's a use case for internal audit. I'm being a little bit extravagant for this, but there's a teacher of mine who used to say that if you want to learn how to ride a horse, get the wildest horse in the world, and you'll be the best rider in the world. So let me give you the most extravagant use case for you, and then hopefully you'll be able to provide, or you'll be able to adopt a digital solution that meets the purpose for the internal audit use case. But just before we proceed to develop or to think about the digital solutions in the internal audit process, there are some factors that need to be managed, or there are some key areas of concern in this IT field. Data. Data is a very big factor And in most cases, it could be misunderstood and misconstrued and misused. Why do I say that? We all know that, yes, if you need a solution, a digital solution, you need to collect data, but we are quick to pick any data, any information that we want. How many of you have IDs? We all have. How many of you have driving licenses? And passports? And what are the, so all that process, I believe all of you had to go and give your information. You had to give data. But was it necessary? Yeah. So this is what we need to think about before we begin digitizing. Why are we collecting this information? Is it somewhere else? Do we need to duplicate the information? Do we need to? And in most cases, we have that narrow tunnel thinking of like, this is going to meet my system or meet my process, but why don't we share? Why don't we pick that information from other agencies? Case in point, we have recently, as NITA, we are rolling out an integration platform, an integration hub. And one of the agencies that we went to, the IG's office, I don't know if we have a representative from Inspectorate of Government. One of the concerns was that they have to go to all the banks to collect people's information. But we have connected 22 banks onto the integration bus at NITA. So we told the IG's office, what do you need? What is your need for information from the banks? Can we collect it digitally? They said yes. So we went to the banks and said, can you provide this information digitally? Yes. Problem solved. So there's no need to rush and collect information. If you are digitizing, don't rush. First understand what information you already have there and what's the governance structure of that information. You may collect information and it will be misused, or someone will steal it and use it for their benefit. So let's understand the governance structure for the data and the need for the data. Then also the IT governance structure. What is these systems that we're developing? Do they have governing structures? Do they have frameworks? Do they have policies? Policies to ensure that they're not going to be manipulated. Policies to ensure that they are not going to be misused or they are not going to fail the purpose of their development. So those policies have to be set, the standards, the structures. We are not able to look into all systems within the government or within Uganda, but as NITA, we certify the service providers. If a service is going to be delivered to an MDA, we request the service provider to come and check with us. So most of the service providers in this room who have met, they have told me that, yes, we are certified, but we need to improve that speed of certification. We shall improve that. But that's what is being set to ensure that the governance is guaranteed. We're not going to have systems that are going to be running viruses in the background. Then the trend at which technology is moving, we always talk about the speed. We're moving at a speed of light. And there's a law, the Moore's law. Every 2 years, technology must change, or technology changes every 2 years. So in IT, what is the most recent thing now will not be, will be legacy 2 years from now. That's a standard IT law. So if we're to develop a system, let's not develop a system for now only. Let's develop a system for continuity. It should be progressive. It should be adaptive. I saw the previous sponsor, their systems have APIs. So you can develop and provide an API. These are application programming interfaces that allow you to build more, because what is current now, 2 years from now, will be legacy. So we need to also grow and develop systems that are evolving. Cybersecurity. We are throwing a lot of applications, a lot of systems, a lot of hardware in the country. Do we know how secure that system is? We are procuring from a majority, we procure from out of the country. Do we really have an oversight of the code of the application that we are procuring? We know, we have seen some cases where someone has procured a system and 4-5 months down the road, it's doing something else. It's sending some information to another location out of the country. So we need to be very mindful of such systems when we're procuring, and with audit, this will be a very big risk if we're not caring or if we're not mindful of the systems. Finally, the regulatory environment, the regulatory risks. We have to be compliant with all other government regulations, the laws and regulations within the other sectors. IT is a cross-cutting sector, so we need to have that convergence in terms of the regulations. So with the audit technology, I will run through quickly before we go to the main discussion. So with audit, internal audit, yes, the business process have to be understood before we roll out the system. When you have a challenge and you want to solve it with technology, it is a very big risk for you to to begin sourcing for a type of software. And this is the common trend. When there's a problem, first thing you say, what software do I need? So you begin looking for the software to solve your problem. That is a big risk because the problem that you have is not the problem that the other person had who took up this software. 2, the software is, and this I learned from the discussion during the break, internal audit is a 360-degree view of a business. So the software doesn't have that 360 view of your business. First, understand the business. What is your business? And it will be a better way to approach such a problem. And there's also the global IT risks. If we are to deploy a software within our IT or within our audit processes, we're not deploying a software that is in that's going to be only for you, working for you only. It has to also be interconnectable or interoperable. So the global view or the IT risks that come with these global systems have to also be managed and considered. The IT compliance risks also have to be considered. If the solution is going to be performing to the best of its capability, you have to know that systems fail. It's not a silver bullet. You never have one solution. You should also be prepared for that time when the system has failed. We have to be realistic. We live in a developing country, a developing world. Systems consume power. We need to be ready when that power is not available. Systems also consume or communicate through internet. We don't have that coverage in terms of the connectivity. So those IT factors or all those issues that may affect the IT system must be looked into, and we have to comply to them, or we need to be that considerable in the way that we're deploying our systems. Then the third party, and I'm worried to say this, I hope I don't offend any third party vendors, but it's for the benefit for them and for you too. Third party vendors, and this I'm going to speak from experience. The sectors, now the audit sector is not an IT sector. We cannot tell you to begin developing your system. You need a system developer, and these are third-party developers. And NITA does not compete with the economy, so we can't be competing with third-party developers. We are here to support them, but we need to guide them in the right way. So if we are not guiding the third-party service providers or the service providers of the systems, we'll be facing a risk in the way that we are deploying our systems. Why do I say that? The third parties have a lot of control over the systems that we are deploying, that we're developing. They're the ones who, in most cases, even own the source code. So if you annoy them, they will switch you off, or they will do something for you, on your network or on your data, and all the information is lost. I think we have read a couple of stories like that, where they didn't pay this one some his dues, and he just went to the data center and just removed his source code. Said, "This is my system," and he removed it from the hard drive. So we need to be that careful when we're engaging with third parties. We need to understand their, we need to appreciate their work, and also protect them. And it's nice that we have, we recently, with USB, the intellectual property rights or intellectual property law was passed, so at least there's some protection that the third parties have, and this also gives confidence in the kind of systems that are being developed in-house or locally, and others also that are coming in to be developed or used within Uganda. And then last risk that we need to be mindful when we're deploying technology is the resilience and continuity risk. This is it's always a matter that we always face, or an issue that we always face, not just in audit, but in every deployment. I think the only consistent system that is like that has been running consistently and used consistently operating systems like the Windows, and those are the big systems. But what about these other applications that are running our processes, the audit processes? Why do we always have to procure every 2 years, every 5 years we're changing the system? Then why did we buy this first? In the first case, why did we have to buy this first system? So let's look at those risks before we adopt technology as auditors. And okay. Yes, so now I hope I've not spoken a lot of technical jargons and confused people, but yes, technology is not just only about technology. Technology, it's a little bit, technology is not technology, or digitization is not technology. Digitization is the whole ecosystem, the people, the processes, the policies, even the environment. What may work here is not what will work in Congo. The language, there are so many factors that determine the type of technology that we deploy. I know the Arab world, they write, there's a way that they write in a different way, direction. So whatever technology that is deployed there has their own sense or their own culture, their own feeling. There's a personal attachment to it. So that's how we should also deploy technology. Let's not rush to pick whatever we want. Let's have that sense of ownership of the technology that we're deploying. So the people, the processes, the policies, and much more. I've just listed a few, but there's a lot of factors that tie in to achieve a successful digital transformation process. In terms of accepting that process or the digital transformation journey, the change management process is a first step before we think about what systems we want. Change management is dealing with people. In change management, you don't have even a system. You don't even talk about technology at this point. You're just asking the people why, making them appreciate, making them own the need for this system. Why do you want this system? What is it going to bring as benefits to you? How do you want it to be deployed? Maybe I'm trying to see what example. There are some, let's say color. You don't want a system of this color, or this interface with this color. I know in Uganda there's a sentiment about color, but if you take it to the Asian countries, or in, I would say, China, you say your system has an interface with red, they will appreciate it. So just those small things are very critical. They may be underlooked, but such small factors are critical in the way we deploy. And you can only identify those factors during the change management process. Then the training and development. Now, you are not IT professionals. Many of you, I met a couple of former workmen who were very technical. They're working with me in a very technical firm. I know, but right now you're not IT, you are auditor. So you need to be trained. Don't assume. Don't assume that you have the skills as an IT person, no. Allow to come in with an open mind and allow to learn what new technologies are out there for you. And also during the deployment or the development of the system, don't be forced to take up a system. Participate in the development of the system. There are some that are already developed. Make sure that they can be customized. Don't have a system that is vendor locked. And this is one of the problems that we are facing. We procure a system, and then when we want to customize it, the vendor says, now you have to pay double what you bought it at. Let's participate in the development of the systems. And lastly, let's have an enterprise-wide model of a system. If we are saying that we are going to roll out an internal audit system, I learned that internal audit is not just about books of accounts. You are auditing your time. You are auditing your movements. You are auditing even the cleaner in your organization. Everyone from the first to the last person in the organization will be audited. So is this system going to be capturing all those factors? That is what we will need to deploy. I think with I'll be coming to my conclusion. So we will be looking at different aspects when we're deploying a system, the people, the processes, the workflows, the strategy. What is your business strategy? Let's not assume that this will solve your problems. No. Provide a strategy, a clear and concise strategy. Then let the system work through to your strategy, not the other way around where the system is forcing your strategy to fit in. No, it should be the other way around. You have a strategy and the system must meet your strategy. Then the leadership also. We have had challenges where the organization that wants to digitize agrees on paper. They say, yes, we have agreed. The technical staff, they say, yes, we have agreed. But the leadership, the buy-in is not genuine. Are we genuine if we are to adopt a system? Let's have that genuine discussion as an organization. And we all agree, yes, we will adopt this technology, and we all follow the same path. So those are the aspects of, so lastly is the culture. And the culture ties a lot with the mindset, your strategy and your culture of the business. Is this business a type of business that can be digitized? You are you're going to be auditing, probably you specialize in auditing of agro businesses or businesses in the agricultural sector. You may have that passion for the agro sector, but do you also have a passion for technology? If it is a problem to you, and this is what I usually tell people I meet, if you don't have that passion, if it is a challenge to you, then you are in the wrong field. You are on the wrong path. Let it not be a problem. Technology is here to solve challenges. So if you deploy a system and it's very tedious to use, then you have taken the wrong path. And that's because you have forced yourself in that culture. You have forced yourself to believe that the system will work. So that culture comes out, and it should be able to direct you in the right way to the right digital solutions. So, in conclusion, what am I presenting today? Digitalization. I'll go back to my my wonderful word. Digitalization, the transformation of manual processes, the analog process into a digital process, but also benefiting from that digital process, benefiting in terms of time, in terms of revenue, in terms of efficiency, in terms of being effective or delivering your goal effectively and efficiently. So that is the story or the message that I'm bringing for digitization and beyond. So if we're to go with digital solutions and beyond, not just for now, let's have that view of transforming our processes with the view of them being beneficial for us and returning, having a return of investments, return of reduction in time, and there are much more. There are much more. I would not be able to finish all of them. So thank you for listening to my presentation, and I will hand over to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugasa. I don't think we clapped enough. I like people with a background of IT. You don't remind them that it's time. They actually save time for you. But that, because we delayed at lunch, so we had lost time, but he has saved quite some good time. But we'll not utilize a lot of it. We'll utilize a little of it. So we'll have 3 questions. And Bridget, I hope you are working on something for us. Yeah, we'll have only 3 questions, and one of, at least every gender must be represented in these questions. You know, one gender which I love most. So please, can we have our hands up? Question number 1 is here. Question number 2, now to the gender that I love most. Do I see a hand from my favorite gender? Oh? Okay, I've seen it. So please, can you start? The 3 questions? Yes, please. Where is the microphone starting?
Hello. Yes, my name is Namakula Rita. Now, my question, actually, thank you so much, Mugasa, for the good presentation. Now, actually, I'm worried because we are going digital. Now, my question is, how best can we actually prepare ourselves as auditors, non-IT auditors, currently I'm talking about, how can we prepare ourselves to audit now this digital environment? Can we go for CISA instead of CPA as we take as we actually consider currently? Thank you.
Then the second, I think there was someone in the middle there.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm called Nangalama Daniel. I'm aware that NITAU supports agencies in terms of infrastructure, like having servers or hosting servers on their behalf. But I think you're experiencing challenges in terms of infrastructure space. What strategic measures is NITAU doing to ensure that they increase on that capacity? Because where we are going, your services will be required to a large extent. Two, as a regulator, how deep is your monitoring mechanism to ensure that MDAs fulfill or align their business processes to the government of Uganda digital agenda? Thank you.
And lastly,
thank you, Dr. Mugasa, for the wonderful presentation. I'm Sylvester Muhereza. I work with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and I would like to specifically thank you for the support you've accorded to the Bureau during our digital transformation agenda. My question is on the internet connectivity, because you very well highlighted in your presentation that this affects system connectivity, and indeed, most agencies face this challenge. So I wanted to know from the NITAU, what strategy do you have over stabilizing the internet and more so to extending even to some other agencies? Then the second question is on the application programming interface. Most times there has been challenges of integrating systems with other government agencies, and this comes from the start of the implementation. When integration requirements are being scoped, but we very well know that the government has plans to have an integrated government system. There was that project which was underway. So if an agency is allowed to implement a system, to invest hugely in implementing a system, how sure are we, or how sure are they that they are going to integrate with that government system? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And since I'm here, I can take the last question. There were only three, and mine is the fourth. If Dorothy gives us more time, then we can. She's shaking her head, so means she can't give us more time. But for me, I can dictate. Doctor, in the next 5 years, what trends do you see in technology that internal auditors should be either worried about or must start looking at? And how is our education system preparing the future generation for these challenges? The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you for those questions. I will start with the lady who asked about the qualification. If it is CISA or CPA, I can't advise you on this, and because I believe qualifications are not, it would not be wise to narrow down or to have a one view of education. In audit, you are looking at the whole of audit. I know there are those IT auditors, there are the, I don't know what other, probably, and I don't have to mention because I will not do myself I will not do justice to the audit profession. But I believe there are multiple qualifications within the profession. And for this, I think to have a, to be more marketable, it would be better to have both qualifications than look at only one qualification, so that you can play in any role, any type of audit that you are selected in, you have that qualification to participate in. So both the CISA and CPA can be both taken. It's beneficial to have both qualifications. I don't know if that answers your question. You should not be narrowed down, or you should not be limited with what aspects of audit you can participate in. Then infrastructure. I'm struggling on the qualification bit because that is a more audit field. I'm not going to answer it to the best of my knowledge, but that's my response. Although for infrastructure, I'm very passionate about this. The space. The gentleman mentioned NITA. NITA, we have a data center. We have infrastructure, that is fiber optic cables. We also have a, what you could term as a cybersecurity office that monitors all this infrastructure that is being, all this communication on our network that's being transited. There are so many components within this infrastructure item, but the major infrastructure that is, I believe, needed at this time, or the two major infrastructure, connectivity and data center. Connectivity, if we take an analogy of a nervous system or the body, connectivity is that the nerves that take information from point A to point B. But what happens when it reaches point B? It has to be processed, and it's processed in the data center. Like if you are feeling, you have nerves on your fingertips, if you touch something, then for you to feel that touch, it has to first go to the brain, and the brain is the one that processes and makes you understand that this is a touch or this is a feeling from what you've touched. So that brain is the data center. So right now we have rolled out close to 4,200 kilometers of fiber. We have reached out to at least most of the areas that we can reach within the available funds. We intend to extend that infrastructure to cover the whole of Uganda in the next 5 years. So within the next 5 years, there are two projects that NITA and the Ministry of ICT, supported by the Ministry of Finance, is designing to ensure that the connectivity reaches every district in Uganda, even where there's no electricity. We have ways that we are going to reach and enable connectivity to be available. We have changed all our transmission sites to solar. So power, the factor that was limiting us to reach or to provide this connectivity, at least we have solved it by using solar energy. So we're able to reach all districts in Uganda. But once we connect all these points, this is an office, this is a district office. I like to give an example of NIRA. NIRA is a first point of contact for a digital economy, or the person, the registration. You need to understand the people before you even digitize. So once we connect the NIRA offices everywhere, we connect the local government offices. Now we have the parish development model. We also connect the parish development centers or offices. All the way, all those connections are going to generate a lot of information. Where does this information go? It has to be
store. It has to be collected, stored, and processed somewhere, and that's the data center. Now, the challenge that we are having is limited space, and you are right, yes, we have run out of space, and we saw this from COVID when we went in lockdown. We almost reached 8% of our capacity at the data center because of the demand. The demand was so high, everyone who had a system wanted somewhere to store their system. Everyone who, even those who didn't have systems now were procuring systems, and they needed a location to store this information. So we need to invest a lot in data centers. We are working with other agencies, and URSB is one of them. They have built a very big facility in Kampala that has a data center. There are a couple of government agencies that already have existing data centers, so why don't we work together? We bring them together, and we're saying that we are one government. We should not be locking this. For NITA, it's government systems. When you're coming to NITA, you're not saying that we're coming on behalf of NITA. No, you're coming as government. So we are already supporting government, but can we also extend this support with the existing data centers? So we are working with other agencies to see how we can share infrastructure in terms of data centers. And not only just on sharing, but also we are developing, we are engaging means of finance and other agencies to build data centers in locations that we anticipate will generate a lot of traffic. So if we see Gulu developing, the industry sector in Gulu is growing. There's Nakasongola. There is in the West Mbarara. Why don't we build data centers in Gulu? Why don't we build data centers in Mbarara and Nakasongola? That will reduce on the expense on that latency, the delays, and also the expenses of maintaining one data center in one location, and to also guarantee at least reliability. If Kampala has a power fault, the traffic in Gulu, or the traffic can be routed to Gulu, and there will be still reliability. So all those models are in plan, and we intend to achieve at least, say, close to 80% of them by the time of the NDP 3, or in the next 5, we're left with about 4 or 3 years to go. We'll at least have done 80% of that work. That will guarantee enough space for hosting systems within government. Yes. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah. And the other question was monitoring systems. We have a mandate. We are an enabler of, I want to remove away from, there's a term that is always referred to, or that NITA is always referred to. We are a regulator and an implementer. I'd like to change that perception. We are an enabler of technology. An enabler provides infrastructure. He enables through monitoring. He also enables through regulating. And he also enables by providing the services. So the regulatory function is what this means, that NITA regulates the way or standardizes the systems, the way the systems are deployed, the deployment, the development, and the absorption or the adoption of these systems. There must be a standard that is followed. We developed a standard, the e-government regulation, but we are strengthening those standards with a framework, the e-government interoperability framework. This now guarantees, or this sets standards for developing and interoperable, or connecting. That connectiveness, that connection factor has to be embedded in the system that we deploy. Once they are followed, of course, the developers or the service providers that are developing these systems have to be certified by NITA, but the systems also have to meet standards. So once this interoperability framework is passed or is put as a is passed by as a policy, we will now come in to survey or to audit the systems and ensure that they are meeting the standards that were set, and it will provide that oversight or that complete guarantee of the systems working as they should be. URSB, connectivity, the current status. It was part of the infrastructure answer that I gave, but connectivity is a big factor, extending, first of all, providing connectivity at an affordable price, but also extending it to the locations that need it. I think I will start with the more painful question, the price of connectivity. We provide internet to government agencies. We don't compete with the private sector. We are an enabler of technology, so that's why we are not competing with the private sector. But we provide a provision for the private sector to benefit from this service that we have, this connectivity, the internet, the bandwidth that we are providing to government. So also the private sector, through internet service providers, there are a couple of them. I think there are 22 internet service providers in Uganda. 19 of them are connected to NITA's NBI, or to the government NBI. So all those private service providers are providing internet to the citizens at an affordable price. We now have to work together to manage that price, and the body that manages the consumer protection mandate in terms of price, it's just like airtime. You don't have companies coming in and charging exorbitant prices on airtime. UCC, we are working with UCC to see how can we guarantee an affordable price for internet, your internet services. So as we provide the technology, we provide the service, we're working with the UCC and other agencies of government to reduce on the cost of internet within Uganda. So that is still an ongoing discussion, and we intend at least within this few months to have a reduction. As our Ministry of ICT has already mentioned, and they announced last year that the price of internet is coming down. But before we even think about reducing the price, we also need to understand what are the factors that lead to the price reduction. Yes, connectivity is one of them, but the usage, we can't reduce price when the systems are not, or when the service is not being used. So as we build numbers, the price will automatically also reduce. Integration using APIs, application programming interfaces. Yes, we encourage MDAs, we encourage government agencies that are able to develop solutions and include that API or have an API within their solution that is perfect. That reduces now the workload on our side. And also that allows you to integrate with other government systems. So with that API, you are going to now collect information that you would have told a citizen or someone like who you're serving, go and fill in this form. You don't need him, or he doesn't have to fill in another form. I'll give an example. I asked how many of you have driving licenses, how many have passports, but that information was already with the government. They had to tell you, go back to to collect the same information. There's nothing that changes. Maybe some additional, sometimes even it's less information. Sometimes you wonder why are they asking you about your mother's address. Sometimes I've been somewhere where they asked, what's your mother's email address? And it was a very, very long form, I think 15 pages long. They said, but why do they want my mother's email address? My father's email address maybe, but my mother's also. So why do we need to put all this burden on the people? Yet systems can solve that problem. And the API is what will solve that problem. So APIs we encourage, and it's good. URSP, I also appreciate the work that you're doing. I've seen the systems that you're rolling out. They are compliant, and this is the way to go. So thank you for your work. My last question, trends, where are we going? We are going in the age of blockchain. We are going in the age where we are not talking about hardware. We are not talking about tangible things. Everything will be theoretical. This is even security. When we say security, most people think about as someone physically standing somewhere, or there's something that you see tangible. But service, security as a service, infrastructure as a service, all of these are services. We should be talking about services, not even systems. What is a service? Whatever service you need, just plug and put into your environment and use it. So the trend is service, looking at technology as a service. Education, we need to educate our learners we should not wait. We should not wait for them to come to the jobs to learn what a computer can do. Let's educate them from the word go. So any opportunity, I don't know if there are people from the education sector here, but any opportunity to get learners involved, this is the time. But don't give them we had a class of students where we gave them black computers and they were so disengaged. We asked them, why aren't you interested? They said, because the computer is black. So let's give them the right technology to learn. Let's not just throw a laptop, a computer to the kids. No, there are technologies that are engaging for such ages. So let's develop solutions for them and get them involved at this age. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugasa. I believe we'll call you here again. You saw the hands. We still have a lot of questions, so at some point we'll have to bring you back. I hope you'll accept. What a wonderful opportunity to have a technology enabler this evening, the chief technology enabler, and we appreciate the work that NITA is doing in this country, and I know that we'll look for you. When you see internal auditors coming for solutions, know that we are coming to follow up what you have told us today, and we ask you to be our partner as Institute of Internal Auditors and integrate some of these things with you. If you feel our companies are not responding, the internal auditors are here. You can send your staff to say, you go and talk to the internal auditor, this is what we need to do in that organization. And we'll be ready to implement your agenda in our organization. And for that, we have a small token of appreciation. You don't need to declare it anywhere, it's below the threshold. And we believe that the service you have given us will add value to us as an institute and as professionals. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Parity, for that session, and Mr. Mugasa for sharing your experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are closing in on time. We would like to give an opportunity to our sponsors. Like we said, they have really supported over time. We shall have 4 of them in this order: UBC, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, National Medical Stores, Uganda Clays, Housing Finance Bank. Now I will invite Mr. William Odochi, the Head of Sales and Marketing, UBC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, good afternoon once again. Good seeing you on your public broadcaster this morning. Talk about this very important conference that you have this afternoon. And let me start by extending our congratulations to IIA. This is 20 years, the 20th year anniversary. I think it is only fair enough to clap for yourself, to congratulate yourself. I also want to say that the Deputy Managing Director, Mr. Maurice Mugisha, was supposed to be here this afternoon. Unfortunately, had some other engagement, and I was given the opportunity to come and stand before you and share with you possibly what I think is the story of UBC. So it is an opportunity that I couldn't turn down, and let me say I'm happy to be here, of course. My name is William Odoch. I'm the Head of Sales and Marketing at your public broadcaster. Effectively, that makes me your servant, and rightly so. As a servant, when they give you instruction, you follow. And on the basis of the instruction being followed, I stand here before you this afternoon simply to convey to you what your public broadcaster stands to do and what your public broadcaster stands to share with you in as far as the work that you do as the auditing body in the country is concerned. My message are in 2 slides, collapsed. But if I expand it, it goes to 15 or 17 slides or thereabout. I thought I needed to start off with what you see on the screen, the mighty dinosaur, so that you could wake up. You know, after a heavy lunch, there's a possibility that you can sleep off. And the only thing you can do is that once you come face to face with a dinosaur, it is quite unlikely that you will sleep. So when they told me that I would speak in the afternoon, I said, okay, the first thing I'm going to put on the first slide will be a dinosaur, so that we could begin to think and ask about a dinosaur. What is it? Now, a dinosaur, we are told that they got extinct about 65 million years ago, after they had survived for 165 million years. Those are many, many years. There's no way we can connect the dots. Even a doctor who has been speaking here from the IT point of view, I'm sure would find challenges in connecting the dots, getting back to 65,000 years. Now, the dinosaurs, we are told, were massive in size. They were very powerful indeed. And they were dominant in everything that they could do. and they could inspire, they could actually send terror through you. 65,000 years ago, they are all dead. There are no more dinosaurs. We can only read about them. There's nothing else we can do. Now, inside the story of the dinosaur lies the story of a public broadcaster. And that's the story I want to share with you this afternoon. I want to talk to you briefly about the genesis of the public broadcaster and the promises that it brings and the promises that it offers. More often than not, many people do not understand the public broadcaster. It is simply taken to mean another media house. But I think the reality is very different. And it is that reality that we need to share with our people every other time that we get the opportunity to do that. And where we have fallen short, I take responsibility. And where we have succeeded, management takes that. Now, the public broadcaster, or UBC, as you know it today, Now, the concept of the public broadcaster first came into being in 1927, and that is the British Broadcasting Corporation, which we all know today. Now, I think it was a very successful model then, and on the strength of that success, it was replicated in many parts of the world. And that same replication is not an accident today, that probably in countries like Uganda, we also have a public broadcaster or something similar. Now, many European countries later on picked up the idea of a public broadcaster. Tragically, along the way, they lost the very purpose for which a public broadcaster was first put into being. Now, it was adopted in such a way that the administration or the government of the day opted to begin using public broadcasters as a propaganda kind of machine then. So much so that public broadcasting, in terms of purpose, in terms of character, got somewhat derailed. It will be difficult for us to understand UBC unless we get to the genesis of this so that we are able to appreciate. Now, when the architect of the public broadcasters first set up a public broadcaster, the idea was, number one, it was supposed to support public good or supposed to run as a public good. That is to say, it's supposed to provide information for public consumption without any commercial undertone, without any commercial leaning, so that the content that remains or provided by a public broadcaster remains pure and nothing else. But with the passage of time, of course, this has not worked. No commercial advertising, but they were expected to rely on license fees, on radios and the receiver, or maybe from the television sets as well. This was supposed to answer the question of sustainability. Broadcasting is a very expensive undertaking in terms of content, in terms of equipment, in terms of personnel, in terms of everything else that you need to do in as far as broadcasting is concerned. It is expensive. Now, that said, there was need to make sure that there's funding to support this. In 2005, when the Parliament of Uganda passed a law, I'm saying that the Parliament of Uganda gave birth to what today we call Uganda Broadcasting Corporation through the 2005 UBC Act. That act gave UBC specific mandates in terms of providing the information infrastructure through which information could be shared across the board for national development, for entertainment, and for education. There are 5 key areas through which UBC could receive its support of funding. And one of them was supposed to be the licenses, the TV licenses. This has not yet been operationalized. We hope one day it will. And to that extent, it left UBC struggling for a long period of time. But I'm glad to report that over the last 4 years or so, government has come in very strongly to begin supporting UBC in terms of funding, and that explains why the quality of programming, the quality of pictures that you see are much better than what it used to be before. So we take note of what government is doing. We take note of what your public broadcaster is doing, and we thought it was important that this happens. Now, elsewhere, between 1970s and 1980s, broadcasting primarily remained the preserve of government. But with the passage of time, the World Bank and the International Monitoring Fund, this fund decided to come up with a policy that public broadcasting would no longer remain a service only to be rendered by government. Hence, it gave birth to what today we know as the liberalization of the media industry. The liberalization of the media industry meant that the private players would now come into the marketplace and begin to trade in the broadcasting arena, which traditionally remained a government calling. Now, what did that mean? This is what the first slide actually meant. That actually meant that the huge public broadcaster then was massive, it was powerful, it was dominant, it was scary, but it is soon gone, or it is dead. Does that speak of the public broadcaster? The debate is going on as to whether the answer is yes or no, because the principles upon which the public broadcaster was supposed to stand, no commercial advertising, no direct funding from government, we are now receiving that. We are also receiving commercial advertising. Effectively, that means that that huge thing, the dinosaur, is no longer the dinosaur we know. But be that as it may, we must continue to render the services that we do. The public broadcaster, I would compare it to probably the main referral hospital. Let's talk about Mulago Hospital. You can't say because you have a drug shop near you or a clinic, therefore Mulago has no purpose. Mulago must continue to exist. It is still our main referral hospital. And by the same token, the public broadcaster must continue to exist because we need it. It provides the infrastructure that we need. It provides the information platform that we need. And it's supposed to help us to get to where we need to go. Information is the baseline for every form of accomplishment. Whether you're doing auditing, whether you're doing IT, without information, you can't go far. You need information. So you need UBC. You need your public broadcaster. And that's the message that I thought I needed to share with you this afternoon. Several questions are being answered, but that's okay. The answers will come at a later stage and in different forums altogether. And these questions which are being asked, they're talking about whether it is still necessary for UBC to remain with that monopolistic DNA of the main controller in as far as public broadcasting is concerned. I talked briefly about the funding. That funding is now being supported primarily by government. We get a little bit of it from the advertising component and so on, which is a good thing indeed, of course. And we are grateful for anybody and any organization and partners who have continued to give us the support that we so much need. Now, fast forward, I mentioned this. UBC, a product of an act of parliament, that is 2005, the UBC Act. Now, the Act spells out the mandate. It spells out what UBC stands for and what UBC is supposed to do. I'm not IT, so in terms of time, I'm not very good, but I will try to make sure that I run through this. Public broadcasters, the principles were meant to be this: universality of service, diversity of programming. When you meet the young people today, they look at UBC and say, no, but they're always on news, they're only doing ABCD. It is understandable, but we also take care of the other people. One way through which we are able to do this today is the digitalization process through which we have gone, whereby we can have several channels that we are aligned to different people. We have a Luganda channel in terms of language. We have the teens channel, if you like, in terms of magic, in terms of maybe U24, et cetera, et cetera. Those are different channels that addresses each of these different people. These are principles, really. Now, we have specific promises that we make and specific pledges. Number one, communication for development. Because we believe that when God created the earth, the first statement was, let there be. And those were words. That is communication. Communication is powerful. We need to rely on communication. We need to leverage on that to achieve the different things that we need to achieve. I'm calling upon our partners who are here. I'm calling upon the different sponsors who are here. Always make sure that UBC is part of the menu of communication that you need to use. So we are looking out for partnership in this regard. We will reach out to you when the opportunity comes. We never close the door. We always say, well, I mean, we are welcome because UBC is your public broadcaster, and let's work together so that we arrive at that common destiny and the common event that we would like to, the promised land that we want to go to. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I want to say thank you so much for giving your public broadcaster an opportunity which I found myself coming in to step into the shoes of the Deputy Managing Director. And from UBC and from me to you, of course, I want to say thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much, William. The next is National Medical Stores. Are we ready? We appreciate the sponsorship. You have 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Do it in 5 or less. A very good evening to everybody here. My name's Paul Okware. I am standing here on behalf of the General Manager of National Medical Stores. He sends his regrets that he couldn't be here. He very much wanted to, but I have been asked to come and convey a message on behalf of the corporation. As I start this, I'd like to say that National Medical Stores is very proud to be a sponsor to this conference, which has been organized by the Institute of Internal Auditors of Uganda. And we very much are proud to be associated with such a distinguished group. We do believe and support in what the organization stands for, and we very much are very happy to be here as sponsors today. National Medical Stores, those who may not know, exist for a very simple purpose. We are mandated to procure, store, and distribute essential medicines to public health facilities across the country. And we see our singular purpose of existence in just to make sure that the public health facilities across the country have medicine sufficient for the patients that will be visiting them. And over the years, as our organization has grown, we have found that the internal audit function has become an integral part of the governance structure of National Medical Stores, an integral part of our organizational structure, and even an integral part of our strategy for success. We believe that whatever we do in National Medical Stores must include internal audit for us to have outcomes that we think shall benefit the population of the country. We have several projects that we run, and we believe the successful outcome of these is hinged on having a very cohesive unit within management, but a very good relationship also with the internal audit department as well. Corporations like National Medical Stores have aspirations. These normally tend towards efficiency and effectiveness of our operations, and we always detail these very well in our policies and even go as far as making sure we have procedures that we believe can give us the controls we need to make sure we can deliver as management on these aspirations of a population that is healthy, that we have made possible through the equitable distribution of medicines across the country. Very seldom for some of us who are in the operations, we don't get the time to introspect and look at ourselves well enough to see exactly how well the efficacy of these controls we put in place shall actually pan out in the real world. And this is where we have found value in what the internal audit department always has to offer. And what we always get from the team and from colleagues of yours here is an objective, unbiased opinion, unbridled in the way that we believe that our processes shall actually be able to produce the results that we demand at the end of the day. We are working in organizations that are growing bigger and bigger every day, and we are heavily reliant on systems and controls to make sure that we can safeguard the resources that we have every day. Having the unbiased eye and objectivity of those in internal audit, we always find that there is always value for us to tap into and also become a channel for success for the organization. I know we always know that internal audit can provide controls to prevent fraud, even prevent losses, and even help us with compliance to make sure that we are in line with the new rules that are at play in the country. Laws are signed every day, and we need to make sure that we are in compliance with these. And they help us check and give us a second opinion that we are not going against any of these. And we have always found value in that. And that is why we stand here today with you to make sure that we can support the initiatives that you have. And we believe that you are part of the sustainability of our organization and several organizations like ours across the country. But as we look forward to the future, we know there are new frontiers that we must be able to address and see exactly how value can be added from time to time. The obvious one is sustainability, and I think it's part of the key aspects of this conference that we are having here. Success today is no guarantee of success tomorrow. And many times we rely on individuals and their capabilities to be able to steer teams and lead them and provide the management necessary for us to succeed. I think as we think here as internal auditors always, I think the aspirations should be how can success be achieved even beyond the people who are actually present there. Are we sufficiently laying the foundation for generations to come in the processes that we deem to be sustainable for us and also to provide adequate controls? And these are the areas where we believe there is opportunity and room for us to collaborate and make sure that we can even grow organizations such as ours to even achieve a lot more. We also believe that there's greater roles to be played in the area of cybersecurity. National Medical Stores is right in the middle of implementation of a brand new ERP system, which I think is one of the costliest I think we've implemented across the country. And it becomes increasingly clear and apparent that the controls of the future will not be in the people and the papers that we move around. It's going to be in the IT systems. And not only to make the controls work within the organization, but sufficiently to make sure that they can protect the organization from external threats. We're seeing a lot of hacks, and it's important that we, as a group here that normally looks inside on how systems are designed and built, and normally try to see how they're not abused from the inside, I think it's important we also have an understanding of how these systems shall not be abused from the outside. We're just here to say congratulations. We've had, it's now 20 years of the IIA, I think, which is quite a significant achievement. I think we have seen nothing but value. We are here to stand with you and to support you and to say that you have partners in national medical stores, and we appreciate the value that you always offer us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul, and we appreciate the sponsorship over the years through James Wamasai. Next, we have Uganda Clays. As you walk in, thank you very much for the support. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So, to start with, my name is Dumba Ronald. I work for Uganda Clays in the Department of Sales and Marketing, and I'm here to represent Mr. Mark Romushana, my head of sales and marketing. And together with me is my colleague Crispus at the back. He can stand up for, thank you. I would like to appreciate the president and the board of IIA upon marking your 20 years in the audit field. As Uganda Clays, we are committed, like our MD spoke the other day, we are committed and we are going to stay with you all the way, starting this year and all other years. Yes. And in the house, we have our colleagues seated at the back there, auditors from Uganda Clays. So basically, I am here to talk about Uganda Clays. Who are we, our vision and mission, and what we do. Our vision is to be the leading brand for building solutions in Uganda. And I am just here to make everyone's dream come true. Because my belief is each and everyone seated in this place has a dream of at least building or constructing a house. So I'm basically here to make your dream come true. Uganda Clays has been around for 70 years, and we have 2 factories, the mother factory in Kajansi, and then the other factory in Mbale, Kamonkoli, a few kilometers to Mbale town. We have about 1,400 shareholders, and we are a public listed company. And on that note, I will be very grateful and happy to also tell you that for the first time after very many years, we are going to pay dividend to our shareholders. For we made a profit of about 5.9 billion in the past financial year. So a lot is happening, we are cooking a lot, and we have a lot in store for you. The pictures running or the images running are just images of projects we've worked on and images of what our products look like. How am I here to make your dream come true? Based on on a research study we conducted a few months ago, we came up with 2 major challenges that our clients were facing with our products. The first one was availability. People were saying your products are not available. We love your products, but they are not available. The second was the price. The products are very expensive. Back in the day, I know a number of you will concur with me, the perception in the market was everyone that sleeps under a tiled house must be a rich man. So we are here to take away that perception and say that each and everyone can now afford a clay tile. So we have established partnerships. We have established partnerships with banks and SACCOs in the different organizations that you work with. We're also coming up with other models. I would use this platform to say that in the near future, someone is going to be able to own a house through Uganda Clays. So you rent to own. Shortly, that will be happening. So those are some of the things we have in store for you. In the different organizations you work with, some we already have partnerships like NSSF, Housing Finance Bank, National Housing, among others. We partner with your SACCOs. You're able to pay in installments. It's a very amazing model because the three parties involved are all benefiting. The SACCO is happy because we give a very good discount to the SACCO. The member is happy because we give very good discount to the member as well, and other benefits like the free in-house technical support. You have our engineers on site to make sure everything is done the right way, among other advantages. And then Uganda Clays is also happy because we are making sales and we are pushing out products. There is no fraud. So definitely someone will have access to quality products at a very good price. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't that exciting? I have seen a few people with gray hair in the house. And I would love to say that Uganda Clays has had a partnership with NSSF for those that have that are accessing their midterm benefit. Feel free to go and you ride on a very good discount through the arrangement we have with NSSF. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that deserves a hand clap. And I will say it's now or never. Like I said, we have a lot in store for you. I would also use this opportunity to talk about the bricks that we are going to make from the start of May, from the 1st of May. Someone can come to Kajansi or Kamonkoli and they have bricks. We are going to compete with the 99. I think you've seen those big concrete blocks. So we are going to make a very amazing brick of about the same size and very cost-friendly, so you can build a house and you don't have to paint or you don't have to plaster. That is the greatest achievement I think Uganda Clays is going to have this year. We've doubled our operation. Previously, we used to have issues of a customer coming and then they place an order. They take 2 or 3 weeks to have their order served. As we speak, we serve your order that very day. So please come and support us. Okay. She says I have 1 minute, and I think that is all from Uganda Clays. In case there are any questions, we are out there. Please come and have all your questions answered. Visit any of our outlets. Like I said, we have quite a number of outlets spread around the country. Our brochures are at the reception, so you can pick a copy for you to review. Thank you so much. You've been a very good audience.
Thank you very much, Ronald. We have our last one, Housing Finance Bank. I hope our online team is still on. Oh my God, we forgot it the whole day. But I hope they are still on. So Housing Finance Bank has supported the Institute for the last 20 years. So Helen, you have 5 minutes. If you can make 3.
Good afternoon, good evening, our dear audience. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event and the leadership in all your capacities. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this. I'll briefly talk about what we have as investment options for you at Housing Finance Bank. And before I go into that, I'll talk about who we are. Housing Finance Bank is a government institution owned by 49.1 Ministry of Finance, NSSF 50%, and National Housing 0.82%. So I usually hear a lot of people saying Ugandans are not patriotic because we don't support our very own. So I would like to encourage us to support our Ugandan businesses, to bank with us, because when you bank with Housing Finance Bank, your NSSF will grow. And most likely, the profits will not be repatriated. They will remain here to develop Ugandans. So on that basis and background, I would like to request you to bank with us. And I know each one of us in this room is on a journey. And each one of us is on a personal investment journey. I know in here there are people that are retiring, and maybe top of your mind is certainty of cash flows and consistent cash flows when you retire. In here, I know there are people that are planning for education for their children. If you look at Ugandans, most of them have developed a trend of, sending their children to universities abroad. And if you work out, you need to have an investment plan to be able to shoulder that. And at Housing Finance Bank, we have those investment options. Many of you could be running projects, probably construction. We have the networks, we have options like mortgage financing that you can take advantage of to develop your projects. In here, we have circles and group savers, and as a bank, we have a fully fledged proposition and a business department that can support you if you're a circle, because top of your mind, if you're part of a circle, you want to grow your savings. And then if you're a borrowed customer, top of your mind is collateral. Collateral is important to you, cash flow is important to you, and we have all those solutions at Housing Finance Bank. So I'll quickly talk about the investment options that we have. We have fixed income, where we have the fixed deposits. I know it's an era of midterm access, and a lot of organizations pay gratuity. Some of them pay bonuses, and we'd like to add value to those payments that you get. We have opportunities like the fixed deposits where your money can work for you passively. If you're the one in a very busy job and you cannot be able to supervise a business, we can let your money work for you through fixed deposits. These are short-term investment options that you can take advantage of and earn consistent cash flow. Then we also, as a bank, we are licensed to do treasury bills and bonds with the central bank. And still in this term of midterm access, in this term of pension, in this term of bonuses, you can still be able to have Housing Finance Bank invest for you in treasury bills and bonds. I would take an example of a 10-year bond right now. If you had 100 million shillings and you built a house, if you look at the rental return, what would be the rental return of a house of 100 million in an average place? I'll leave you to think about that. If you also put it in a bond, the return on a bond right now, if it's a 20-year bond, would be about 16%. The last I checked while I was coming. That is good cash flow of 16 million. If you take off taxes, let's say you remain with about 14 million. That's good money annually. It can support school fees, it can support a lot of needs, and your investment will still be with you. So Housing Finance Bank is enabled to support you to do that kind of investment. What benefits does it come with? These are risk-free. You will not supervise, you will not pay rent, you will not pay workers, you will simply sit and let your money work for you and you earn consistent cash flow. Then there are liquid assets where if you need to get your money back, it takes a day. You simply send us an email and you get your money back. It gives you certainty of cash flows. If you're the kind that maybe needs consistent cash flows, maybe for school fees or for other investments, your money can work for you passively without you having to supervise. Then, okay. I'll also talk about what we are best at, which is real estate. And I'll talk about mortgage financing. Housing Finance Bank has been known for enabling Ugandans' own homes, and it's the reason we exist, to enable Ugandans attain financial independence and own homes. So we have different financing models. As a bank, we do developer financing. I think many of you have seen a lot of condominium apartments come up, and a lot of Ugandans are buying them. So most of them are financed through Housing Finance Bank. So if your dream is to have that as an investment option, we are the best partner. And on top of that, we also finance off-takers, the people that build those condominiums that you build in bulk, the ones that buy. We also finance them through our mortgage financing. So if that is your investment option, you will still have a partner to finance the buyers for you to be able to take off with your projects. Then we also finance build to occupy, an ordinary Ugandan that is looking for a home to stay in. We also do that at Housing Finance Bank. And then build to rent for those that maybe are looking at real estate rentals as a source of income. We are also enabled to support you go through that. So we have structured mortgages in different forms to suit the needs of Ugandans. And when it comes to mortgage structuring, we are the best bank. We have chapa loans. For those of you that own land under the Buganda Kingdom, the Kapaka arrangement, we have that facility that will enable you to chase your title and have proper ownership with proper documentation through the chapa loan. We also have the land loan for those that want to acquire land as an investment option. We finance up to 60% within a radius of 30 kilometers from the central business district and 12 kilometers from a township or district administration offices. Then we also have the incremental housing, which we are very passionate about. We know a lot of Ugandans are trying to make it incrementally, to build houses bit by bit. So where you want to renovate or do roofing, we can finance that bill of quantity and take you to the next level. Where you want to put windows or shutters, we can still finance that bill of quantity and take you to the next level, depending on your affordability. So there's a lot we can do for you. I can't say it all here, but our team is outside, and we are happy to engage more and see how to support you on your investment journey. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Helen, for the message. Members, we've run out of numbers, but the president has a message for you. I will invite the president to pass on the message. Let's have the documentary up.
To fill in Uganda's corporate governance, risk management and internal controls for institutions and organizations. Processes and systems of accountability were existent but not effective, and in some cases, a lack of transparency, accountability, and corporate management crippled the progress of critical government and private institutions. In 2002, a group of ambitious young audit practitioners formed an association that set out to lay the foundations of an institution that educates, certifies, and serves all the professional growth needs for internal auditors throughout their career.
The history of this institute, a few people saw the need to come together and share ideas, but also come together and get affiliated to the best in the world so that we can get all the materials and the training so that the practice of the profession of internal auditing would be at the global level. So we got together, a few of us, agreed on basic structures, appointed a small committee, which I chaired. The first time when we had the registration, we were 33. You can imagine. We didn't wait to first gather big numbers. The moment we reached 33, we started and the rest came and joined us. So there are many people to remember. If I were to mention just a few, the late Kafero was head of internal audit at Housing Finance Bank. So he gave us the first venue. So our first meeting was at Housing Finance Bank. Parite Tinomujuni, who became the second president, Michael Nyago, Alex Twesije, Robert Otara, Dr. Fiction Akonya, Margaret Chireta. So there are a number of people who were key in that startup. And the moment we all agreed that we needed to be together, that was it. And then the rest is history.
Over the years, global changes in technology and business operations presented new challenges and risks that our pioneers could not have envisioned to meet the growing professional needs and demand we need to evolve. We were not alone in this journey. There are so many people to thank, including past IIA staff who transitioned to crucial positions in the government institutions to spread the good work.
Now, in this country, Uganda, whenever we talked about audit, people understood audit to mean external audit. And indeed, in the government, Office of Auditor General was started around 1920s. So all through, that was pre-independence period. There was presence of Office of Auditor General, but managed directly from the UK. And the independence time, we're only talking about audit meaning external audit. Most of us who went through university many years ago, if you are doing auditing at university level, the auditing that they're talking about is really external audit. So you can see internal audit was not well understood. I want to thank the earlier presidents who saw it necessary to open a chapter in Uganda for Institute of Internal Auditors, because their work was a foundation for the greater development of internal audit in the country. Now, as Institute of Internal Auditors, what we really need to begin doing is to start thinking of how we can regulate the work of internal audit practitioners. We are shy to talk about the regulation, but for me as Internal Auditor General, I think that's the way to go. We want an auditor who can give us a qualitative report. If a road was supposed to be constructed and that road is of a certain distance and that road is of a certain thickness and that road, we want an auditor who can raise all those questions, because for us in audit, you don't have to be a doctor to raise serious questions in the health sector. You don't necessarily have to be an engineer. All you need are the right auditing skills.
Today, communication skills are an invaluable trait for auditors. Women often thrive at relationship building, which can help them develop strong working relationships with clients, colleagues, managers, corporate directors, and others. In 2019, the Institute embraced its first woman president's opportunity to lead the organization.
Being the first female president of the IIA was a great honor. It was a great honor, a great privilege. It was something that was marked in history as a landmark event, because as an institute, for all the years that we were in existence, we had never had a female president. So it was really something that I took very seriously as an individual, but also as a professional, to demonstrate to the girl child that it is possible. You know, there's so many organizations, institutes that have been running for years and years, and they have never had a female president. So for me, that was really something that I took to heart, and something that I reflect on as something that will forever be in the history of IIA, as being inclusive, thinking about diversity, because we have members who are female, and we must demonstrate to them that even as a female, you can lead an institute.
Women are able to ask hard questions, but at the same time demand answers to those questions and carry through with the message until it is executed. I think that's why today's boards require that you have a balanced board that composes men and women, so that really we can leverage on the courage that women carry.
I don't know whether the parental aspect also comes in, where ladies usually nurture children and whatever, then when they come to organization. Because in organizations, we deal with people, interpersonal skills. And sometimes you find that ladies handle people better than us men. And I want to believe that also contributes to the success of ladies within the internal audit profession.
The Institute of Internal Auditors is a gateway to a network of like-minded professionals looking for education resources, tools, and certification to distinguish their competency. This year presents new opportunities to help internal auditors across Uganda unlock their potential.
We've come a very long way, and we've grown from strength to strength. And in terms of our footprint, in terms of the private and public sectors, we see the role of the internal auditors becoming more and more pronounced. We're trying to focus on engagement and collaboration. Many people do not understand our role of internal auditors. If you ask what the internal auditor does in an organization, you may have as many answers as the number of people in the room. So we really want to be able to move in that direction. We're also looking at issues of advocacy, because we see in terms when you talk about internal audit, people do not really take a profession, sometimes because of misunderstanding, sometimes because we are not able to actually explain ourselves and be understood. So we are looking at that in terms of collaboration, in terms of thought leadership, in terms of engagement, but also looking at innovation for purposes of building resilience. We see we need to anchor and strengthen the profession as a key enabler to organizational success.
We have also achieved growth in trainings, the trainings that we've conducted so far, because originally we started with few trainings, but now we have very many trainings that are being developed by the Institute, and we are planning to also have a home, so that all those trainings are conducted from our resource center.
The Institute is the recipient of multiple excellence awards from IIA Global and continues to enhance its offering programs and certificate qualifications like CIA certification, CRMA certification, and Quail certification. All IIA qualifications are internationally recognized and accredited globally, and now success is all out there. From 32 members in 2002 to over 700 members today.
I think the biggest turning point for Institute of Internal Auditors Uganda were the partnerships we had with the other countries. And
At the regional level, we worked with the Institute of Internal Auditors around East Africa, and you'll find that we worked a lot with the Institute of Internal Auditors Kenya, Institute of Internal Auditors Tanzania, Botswana. We started picking resources from these countries to attend conferences, and then people started seeing that some of the things we think cannot work in Uganda actually are working elsewhere. And you'll find that, for example, Uganda was trusted even by Institute of Internal Auditors Global. We started serving on the global committees. We got opportunity, for example, when I served as chairman of the African Federation of the Institutes of Internal Auditing. It was a good thing that Uganda could be trusted to give Africa the third leader when we formed the federation. So there are all these things that brought us nearer to achieving the milestones that we had set.
Uganda had lots of these challenges. So some people internationally did think that you could have professional internal auditors coming up as to make a meaningful contribution to the profession. But my presence at the international conference and the long discussion I had with the lady called Sylvia Boyd, it changed the situation. We were even allowed to bypass some of the steps of getting affiliated. So you can imagine I met her in June 2003. We started the process of affiliation shortly thereafter, and by December the same year, the board of directors had approved our affiliation. And that affiliation changed the entire game. We got connected to the entire global network. I attended the Global Council in Sydney, Australia, and that enabled me to meet even more people from all around the world. And Uganda became known, and we got connected to all institutes.
If you look at the Institute of Internal Auditors Uganda, it's one institute that has had leadership changes in Africa without conflict. So somehow we are a big team. We trust each other, we work with each other, we learn from each other. None of us is an expert. We're always exploring for new information. And I think for me that drives us more. The Institute of Internal Auditors can only grow. It can only be better. We've done too much. We can never go back. We just want that the stakeholders appreciate us more. They benefit from us. They leverage from what we have to offer. And then we believe if we achieve all this, even governance systems will continue improving. We've come from very far, and I believe we are going far too.
Join the institute. There's a lot of merit in being part of a professional institute like the IIA. One, the network. IIA has a very rich and diverse network that you can take advantage of as a young professional. With IIA, it's all about professionalism. We are the guardians of professionalism, integrity in our organizations as internal auditors. And so I would like for you to make that choice today.
The Institute of Internal Auditors offers wonderful opportunities for young people. It's a career that one can pursue. I personally pursued a career of internal auditing up to when I stopped working. And it's been beneficial, it's been value adding. It's taken me places, it's helped me to help others. So it's a career that others can build on. Networking, too much networking opportunities around us. You have internal auditors from UNULA, they can benchmark with others from URA, we can pick from Mokwano, industries, the private sector, bring practices in the private sector, put them in the public sector, bring those of the public sector, build them into the private sector. So there is too much opportunity. So young people, internal auditing is a wonderful career. The beautiful thing about internal auditing is that it is a growing profession. It is where innovation is unlimited. You are always looking for how to improve processes of organization. It's an opportunity for every person, and we believe the more people take up this career, the better for themselves and also for our country.
We really encourage all our students to join the Institute of Internal Auditors and such that the numbers and professionalism can grow.
Why IIA? Why not any other? We deliver very, very prime certifications that make our members stand out from the crowd in terms of delivering internal audit services. The major one is the CIA certification, which is the Certified Internal Auditors profession, which is really the global brand for the internal auditors.
Congratulations to the people of Uganda, members of the Institute of Internal Auditors in Uganda. 20 years is a tremendous achievement for the profession. This is all due to hard work, commitment, and a lot of work in the background that many cannot see of the founding leaders, as well as all the members, our sponsors over the years, the stakeholders, and everyone in the profession together, including the government of the United Republic of Uganda.
Congratulations to the Institute of Internal Auditors Uganda. We are privileged that having begun in 2002, it's now 20 years, and to the president and the CEO, who also happen to be an alumni of Chambogo University, Mr. Mupada Ruben, we congratulate the Institute of Internal Auditors and wish you the very best in professionalizing auditing in Uganda.
I extend my sincere congratulations to IIA Uganda on your 20th anniversary. I'm certain this will be a special and perhaps even an emotional event as you celebrate 20 years of contributions to our great profession.
It's good that you've managed to keep going for so long, to see the Institute developing as it has developed, and also to see the profession developing not only in Uganda but also in Africa. And that's one of the things that really makes me proud to be an internal auditor, because we as a profession are global and we help out each other. And so on that note, I hope that we have a very successful annual conference for your 20th. Wish you well for the future. And although I very much doubt that I'll be here, I wish you well for your 50th anniversary. So, goodbye.
I would like to congratulate the Institute. For me personally, given that it was mothered at Housing Finance Bank, we congratulate it much bigger.
Thank you very much, Institute of Internal Auditors. Thank you very much, colleagues. For me, I am proud to be an internal auditor. And of course, I'm also proud to be a professional accountant. But as the Internal Auditor General, what we promote so much is our internal audit brand, and I'm proud to be an internal auditor, and I encourage you to be proud to be internal auditors. It's a journey.
I want to deliver a thank you message to all of you for having actually been part of the growth of this institute.
Dear IA members, thank you so much for being part of the Institute. We thank you so much. We can't take it for granted. The government of Uganda, private sector, the Global Institute of Internal Auditors, thank you so much for the support. And we are looking forward to developing the profession in the next 20 years.
For me, the biggest success was that the baby was born. You know, when a baby is born, the baby was healthy. The baby was properly nurtured, and today, the celebration we have today is because of that birth to that baby.
The Institute of Internal Auditors celebrates 20 years with a renewed commitment to promote the highest standards of professionalism in corporate governance, organization reliance, and accountability. We look forward to transforming the audit profession in Uganda and empowering institutions and corporate organizations to be efficient and resilient entities on a national and global scale. IA Uganda is here to help internal auditors manage risk, promote good governance, build organizational resilience, and enhance value and unlock your potential. Will you join us on this journey?
The President will deliver the...
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for keeping on up this time. And what we've just witnessed is an abridged version of our journey since 2002, the 20-year journey that we've just been witnessing, but in an abridged version. I want to thank you very much. As you have seen, the contributors, the founding leaders, many of whom are still with us, and they're in this room, you have seen for yourselves. It depicts the journey for which we have gone through. The networks, the commitment, the dedication from all of you is commendable. Just like we previous speakers have said, including our guests yesterday, we cannot thank you enough for the various contributions that you've put together to make sure that the IIA has been growing from strength to strength. 33 members in good standing that time, and now 700, almost 800 members in good standing is a commendable job. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be discussing tomorrow, but of course our commitment as leaders, current leaders, is really to grow the membership, to ensure sustainability of the Institute through our people, who are you, the members, through digitalization, which the ED Nita talked about. We want to leverage on the cyberspace to be able to make sure that our footprint is actually recognized and we can be able to be known by the numbers in terms of sustainability. One of the issues that we see about growing membership, and we spoke about this morning, and I think our MD has gone, the representative. We spoke about this morning that our interest now, today, is not only you who are already members, but the bigger portion of those who we intend to bring on board. Because through growing membership is the way we can actually contribute and make our footprint as IIA actually visible and have impact. Now, we so much encourage all of you to take our brands. Part of the brand is professionalization. That professionalization is through attainment of the certification that we deliver as IIA Global, and also, of course, promote as an affiliate IIA Uganda. Now, it is very important that that brand, because the question that has been coming, how different should you be? The difference is the brand name, the reputation that you actually deliver as an internal auditor, but also as a professional body that is IIA. So then, of course, when we leave this room, we're able to be known by our brand. And remember, colleagues, that the brand, your true brand, is what people talk about you when you're outside that room. So thank you very much. I cannot go beyond this because we've been waiting, and there are some other programs that are still going on beyond this room. So I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your contribution, commitment, loyalty, and all that you do for the Institute of Internal Auditors, Uganda. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think now we would like to end the day here and proceed down to the lakeside for our fitness session. Thank you.
Faster, fresher, and better than before. We've given our app a makeover. The new Vision Digital Experience is now the Vision Digital Experience. The future of media is here, and it's looking bright. Check out the Vision Digital Experience app to have a feel of the fresh look, faster speed and exciting new TV and radio channels, and so much more. Download the app on App Store or Google Play Store now. Vision Digital Experience, the future of media.
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up,
from the hills, the rocks,
and the rivers. The world is designed in utmost beauty. It's from this beauty that we derive inspiration to create. Clay is made by these live interchanges where it gets its soul. Over the years, Uganda Clays Limited has perfected the art of creating firm, smooth, strong, and everlasting tile.